Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, August the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Green. All right, guys, what's happening this morning? So this could be the interesting one of the day. The only issue could be the float, but let's take a look at MNMD, already up 73%. So the news in this one, if you can believe it, I guess some 20-year-old kid made $100 million in Bed Bath and Beyond. How you say? Well, I guess he raised a bunch of money, friends and family, and lucked out, I guess. And now, anyway, it appears that he and his father have turned their attention and quote unquote as activists in this MNMD. I know a little bit about this one because there's some guys at Trade Ideas who have had this one for a long time. And in fact, about, I don't know, within a month ago, I think they were planning to do a reverse split in order to get their price over $1. Now, it remains to be seen if they're going to do that because look at that flow, 353 million. Anyway, huge, that's a massive move with 353 million in the float. So that is one to certainly keep an eye on for the balance of the day, especially if, a headline like that. Let me a recent story in the Financial Times about U.S. college student Jake Freeman, who made $110 million trading name favorite Bed Bath & Beyond, mentioned that he and his uncle recently built an activist stake in MindMed. So that's the reason this is, and that is a huge move with that float. Huge move. You don't generally see anything like that. So definitely keep an eye on this one for the balance of the day. Yeah, I mean, they mentioned, I think Seal, but it hasn't really moved. I mean, these are, yeah, they mentioned a couple of other ones. I don't see, I mean, this is literally to do with LSD, etc. Okay, and the benefits, okay, of LSD and other psychedelics. So what else is happening? There are other things happening. So PSTV, this is a interesting one. PSTV. This is a lower float, 22 million in the float. That's a little more indicative of how a stock can go up 112%. So it looks like they received a $17.6 million grant. Chris, CRIS. Nice pop. Not a low float, 87 million in the float. The FDA have lifted a partial hold on their clinical trial. Morning, YouTubers. Gbox is at it again. I don't think there's any specific news for Gbox today. ENVB. Again, I don't see any specific news for it. It's only up 5.5%. So I think this, yeah, when I first saw it, this was up at 763. So that percentage move was a lot more, but it has pulled back now. Now, some of the meme stocks from the last few days seem to be giving it up. Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY, down 17% now. Fubo, another one. CDAC, CDAK. And again, I do not see any specific reason for this pop. Another nice one though, 22%, low float, 15 million. I can't find a reason. When I say that, I mean there's got to be there's something somewhere, but all I can do is look at my headline news, and I just don't see any headline that's jumping out at me for CDAC. Drug is something to do with these psychedelics. Doesn't look like it. Anyway, drug, D-R-U-G. Now, okay, oops, I got Tilray up instead of drug. Yeah, so this has pulled back a lot though, guys. I mean, 146 back down to 116. That is a big percentage pullback. So it could be over. I don't see any reason for the move. Wolf. This is a more expensive one. This is an earnings play. WOLF. Wolf. Earnings play. Big gap up for it. 22%. Released earnings after hours yesterday. If you look at my 15-minute chart, you can see the mauve area, and that mauve area is the after hours yesterday. You can see the gap up, and the gap up actually is holding. So it's still holding. In fact, it's a little bit above the after hours highs. So strong stocks so far for Wolf. Ari. Let's see, Ari. Why did I have this one down here? Morgan Stanley. Let's see, Morgan Stanley's lowered it to $15. A price target of $15 for Ari. I'm hearing BBBY, so I'm assuming it's tanking more. Yeah, BBBY giving up more. Melco, MLCO. Yeah, I mean another one. When I first saw it, it was up at 672, so it's dropped a dollar. This is an earnings play. It's an earnings play. Big float, almost half a billion in the float. I think BJ's Wholesale Club. This is an earnings play. Big gap up for it. Yeah, it was a trade of the week a few weeks ago. I don't think it did anything. Yeah, it did do something. That's right. I think it did have a not a bad move. Anyway, BJ is 8.5% earnings play. Take a look at it. When you look at a daily chart, boy, it's really good. Well, that's why it's an all-time high now. All-time high. Well, I see brushes up. This has been just not a really nice IPO, but it is up 30%. Let's see if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see any specific reason for it. I'm looking for maybe some analyst, Goldman or somebody putting a big buy recommendation. Don't see any specific reason for Brush, BRSH. And here's one of these crazy price targets, RIGL. What's the stock at right now? Yeah, so RIGL has moved up. I don't see any other news other than the fact that Wainwright has put a $15 price target on it from 7. They had a $7 price target, and they've actually upped it to 15. And this stock is $1.76. So Pixelworks, PXLW. This is popping in here now, 18%. See if there's any reason for it. They announced a strategic investment in Shanghai subsidiary. So that is some news. It's a US stock. It looks like it's a US stock. Yeah, well, let's see if this MNMD can hold a dollar. Okay, I mean it came from what 80 cents or even lower. Okay, so well actually closed around 75 cents yesterday, and through the 200-day moving average. Let's see if once the market opens, this gains more traction. Okay, I mean it's an interesting headline. The only issue again is that float. Yeah, SK, you have to go, you have to do a limit order, okay? You can't go in at the market. You just, but it's exactly the same. You know, if I want to take a trade, you have to do a limit order. You can't go in at the market. Give me a moment. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys, I just have to expand this just a little bit so I can see the send. So anyway, you have to go and pick a price, okay? So see what I did? I actually took this and I picked a price. You can't go in a market order, that's all. Okay? In other words, you can't go in market. You have to pick a price. You can put that price in, excuse me, and it'll take the trade. If it gets to that price, you know, you can leave the price in there. If it hits it, great. So that's what I did with the Chris in the simulator. No, it doesn't. No, Laura, I mean, I understand the smart risk levels is just a guide, okay? I mean, it's a guide. What it means is that if you took the trade at 183, Chris, let's get one that might be able to see it. Yeah, it's hard to see right now, but no, it's not telling you when to enter. It's just saying that if you entered at at the price when you click on the alert and you see it on the chart and you entered right at the price, then it's generating a smart stop for you. Okay, so it's not telling you to buy there. It's just saying if you bought there, this is what we could recommend as a stop. Okay, and as far as exiting a trade, it's up to you. You know, I mean, there is a target, but the target is nothing more than double the difference between where you got into the trade. Let's make the math simple. Let's say you got in, you click on an alert, it's at 110. You see the smart stop as at $1. You take the trade, so it's a 10 cent stop difference. So the target would be 20 cents above. I mean, it's nothing scientific. It's just a 1 for 2 risk reward. Okay, make sense? So it's not telling you to take, it's not suggesting the trade. It's just saying if you took the trade at this price, you know, you could use that as a smart stop, but that's not saying take the trade there. And some of the other stocks getting hit here. Also, the those stocks with the high short float percentages that were really ripping on Monday and Tuesday definitely took a breather yesterday, but now they're starting to kind of give it up now. All right, let's take a look at what the analysts are saying this morning. Now, yesterday, it was remarkable. They only had about 3 or 4 on the upside and 3 or 4 on the downside in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Okay, now we're getting more of a list. Still way more downgrades than upgrades. Okay, so I had another trade I was trying to take. I went in at the at a limit price, and so it filled it also. Just showing you that you can do this in the pre-market. Okay, but you have to go in at a you have to do a limit. You have to pick a price. You cannot go in at the market, and that's virtually every broker out there. That's not anything to do with Brokerage Plus. I think one of the main reasons is that, first of all, the bid ask can be a little bit wonky in the pre-market, but also you can sometimes get these wild tails up or down. And so if you go into the market, sometimes you get a horrible, horrible, horrible fill. So that's why I think that they don't allow market orders in the pre-market. There may be another reason, but bottom line, they don't. No broker will allow market orders in the pre-market that I know of, anyway. Well, strategies may not work at all in the pre-market. It depends on your limit and all that. I'd be very wary. I'd be very wary about using any type of a strategy in the pre-market. Okay, pre-market's not easy. All right, guys, let me get these downgrades in there. A few more downgrades and upgrades. A few more to go here, guys. Just looking to see if we have any multiple downgrades. In other words, one stock being downgraded by several brokers. I don't see any yet. Other than, no, I don't see any yet. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. That's not good because it's supposed to have automatically selected a strategy for your buy and sell look left. Hmm. Can't answer that. I'm on the same version though, and my buy and sell are. And I think it. Let me just look here. Yeah, 5,000 at the market stop at the low. That is what is supposed to default to. Maybe if you just out of curiosity, when you click on strategies, check to see if anything is on. You have clicked on the simulator to make sure everything is working, right? You've clicked on the sim, and so you're in the simulated account. Hmm. I don't know how to answer that because you can see mine are not grayed out. We've automatically created a default setting for both the buy and the sell. And it cannot be because the market's not, well, it's not 9:30. It cannot be because of that, because mine are. Anybody else on the latest version, which is point 4 now, 5.6.4, and with your buy and sell buttons, if you have them, that are grayed out? Well, they don't, yeah, Ron, they don't work in the pre-market because I have a relative volume filter as one of my filters in there. And if you have a relative volume filter in any scan, be it a top list or an alert window, it won't work. Okay, that's by design. But alert windows do work in the pre-market. There's an alert window right here, a gap up, gap down. These are working in the pre-market. Wow, look at Sava. Yeah, you guys have been talking about Sava. So I mean, this hit a high of 30, almost 35 yesterday. It got right almost into that 200-day moving average. Thing is, Pepe, though, I thought that it was automatic. Now, like we're trying to remove all the steps. I mean, you have to be in the sim, I guess, but so it says simulator. I mean, I'm talking to Look Left, who actually knows a lot about our program technically. So here's another one. You cannot, like, I cannot, if I want to exit a trade in the pre-market, I cannot go in at the market. I have to pick a price. So again, Look Left. When you look at strategies, is there anyone that's turned on for the buy, which is the default chart long? This is supposed to be automatic. Hmm. Well, that shouldn't be. Well, you know how to do it. I mean, you can turn them on, but I mean, that is supposed to be automatic. Yeah, it's not like he started with $1 and made 100 million. I mean, he quadrupled to 25 million, but look at Chris, guys. So Chris, CRIS. It's still hmm, with their partial hold, clinical hold was removed by the FDA. So that's big news for this company. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. So I clicked on new from our toolbar, then I clicked on our docked channel bar, then I clicked on more so we can get the entire list. Sector status, haven't checked the price of oil at all, didn't see what it's doing. So let's see, okay, so obviously oil is a little bit stronger. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, for example, that's a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when we see 95% green, what that means is 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. Now we're in for a mildly positive open. So most of the sectors are up. Technology 64% above, healthcare 70% above yesterday's close. But when we look at this, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes from now, in a different way, the change from the open, in other words, what did the stock do from when it opened? Is this are this is the sector still strong? Or I mean, we could have a situation where the stocks are still above yesterday's close for energy, but they're drifting down, in terms of the change from the open. So not saying that's going to happen, of course, but if Omni will remind me again around 10:15, I'll take a look if I'm not too busy. They're all ranked. Well, the default is a change from the close. Okay, that's why. Okay, the question is the sector status, all the alert window. Yeah, well, in the dock window, you mean the sector status in the channel in the dock channel bar? Yeah, so it's sorted on the change from the close. So yesterday's close, so that's why it says so 95% of the stocks are up from yesterday's close. That's what that means in for XLE as an example. Okay. Well, when you say the actual windows are fixed, I mean these are the major ETFs, okay? I mean, so these are again the major ETFs. So when we try to look to see what's happening in the overall market, most people will look at the major ETFs. So when you say are they fixed? Yes. I mean this is a like any other channel. These are fixed by design. Okay. I just do this. It's just out of interest. Okay. I mean, I do this every morning before the market opens, just to get a glimpse to see what some of the sectors are doing. Okay. That's all. That's all this is about. Yeah, they can be observed. Exactly. It's just a glimpse to see what might be in store today for the market. Well, the mine man is not holding on yet, guys. I mean, if this drops under $1, I mean, right now, look at the 200-day moving average is 117 now, so it's just dipped a little bit below it. So I'm just looking to see, did I mention B big? I can't remember if I mentioned B big. It's on my list. Big gap, 32%. Another one though, big float, 219 million in the float. Teva is starting to drift down. Boy, I've been following Teva for a while, until yesterday, but up until then, it was sort of basing quite well, looking to see if it would pop above. I guess we got our answer yesterday. I lost sight of it yesterday. Seems to be moving down again today. And 1 minute to the open. Okay, guys. Yeah, about half a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, but we'll see what happens in the races. Will there ever be a Mac version of Trade Ideas? Doubt it. I think the only way this is going to happen is some kind of a more revamped web-based version. Okay. that will include brokerage plus and racing it. Okay. So I don't think there's going to be a Mac version. All right, we are now open. So as always, I'll be fixated on what's happening with the races. So these are the fast moving stocks right here. Okay, so it's a matter of just I'll get into explaining what the races are all about once we have a few winners. Explain what you're seeing. So these are some trades I took in the pre-market in the simulator. Okay, that's what we see those. That's why we see these here. Okay, guys. So blue on the way down. Blue on the way down. They had that big news. It was halted for quite a while. Had the news. It popped up on the news, but it is now starting to drift down. I mean, the halt was at around 625, so it's getting right back down to that halt price. So if I want to exit this trade, for instance, Chris, I just have to highlight the trade and flatten it. Okay. And again, this was in the simulator. All right, PSTV. For some reason, I thought this was higher, but anyway, PSTV. So they got a $17.6 million grant. Super, only 22 million in the float. That was the news for it. Boy, blue is really, I mean, it's basically going back to where it before it got halted. ENG on the move here, guys. Really no action in the pre-market, or not a lot of action. Maybe the volume was too low. I didn't see this one. ENG on the move. And let's take a look at where, okay, so the next high looking left is $1.97. You can kind of see if it can take out $1.97, then the next high is 253. So definitely keep an eye on this one and see if it can maybe take out that 2 level. See if there's any news on this. Yeah, so they $20 million contract with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineering. So there is some news, and it's a relatively low float, guys. So definitely keep an eye on ENG. If it takes out 2. Now, when I say if it takes out 2, that doesn't mean to pile into the trade, but I'm telling you, if it takes out 2, it's a psychological number, and you can just look left, and that is the net 197 is the next high on the daily chart. So if it can get through that, and based on that news, winning a $20 million contract, something good could happen. So what we can do now, I want to see, I'm on this, I'm on the back with you guys on the production version. So what I'm going to do is let's just put a buy at 206. Okay. So this is in the simulator. I put a conditional buy order for 206 for this one. So if it takes it out, it'll take the trade. Now the stop is again, I call this highly scientific. It's just the low of the day, but I just want to show you how you can do this. Practice trading, practice trading. This is using our simulator, real-time data. Okay, guys, Bed Bath & Beyond is having a resurgence. Bed Bath & Beyond having a resurgence. It's probably popped about $2, even more. Low was 17.73. So G-Box, you can tell right here, the next high looking left is 286. So of course it has room. The pre-market high for G-Box was 221. I don't think there's any specific news on it. Okay, guys, again, I'm really interested in this ENG if it takes out 2. Boy, it looks like Mind Medicine is a bust. This looks like it's going under $1 again. I'm a little surprised. I thought maybe that news would, quote unquote, news would sustain it. So my P&L is going to look a little wonky this morning because again, I was just demonstrating how somebody asked, can you take trades in the pre-market using Brokers Plus? And the answer is yes. So I was just demonstrating how you could do it. Boy, Sava. So Sava's again, their high yesterday was 35.40 or so. So it's still got about $3 to run to that high. No, I start my races right at 9:30, Will. You can't get the web-based version. Okay, so random, and I do apologize. I mean, I know it's frustrating if you're using a Mac. As somebody said, to take full advantage of the program, you really have to either use an emulation program like Parallels or AWS, Amazon Web Services, or something like that, because you will not have races, you will not have Brokerage Plus. But as far as loading it is concerned, just loading it, let me see. So I'm able to load it. So I don't know. So I'm not sure what's going on with you. I really can't help you. Okay. Do you have a green ball at least, or does it look red, or does it look orange? Ah, well, that's the reason. So you probably haven't either there are a couple things that you have gone wrong. Maybe you signed in incorrectly. The username and password are case sensitive. The other reason is it's possible you didn't complete your exchange agreements. Okay, um, and that might be the reason. So here's what you can do. Where are you here? So if you go, I'm going to give you a link to go right to our homepage, and you can start a live discussion and say, and they'll look at your account and they may say you haven't completed your exchange agreements. Everybody has to, even though you're not charged for it, but we get audited by the exchanges, and they're very well, not that picky. I mean, we have to those exchange agreements have to be signed. In other words, to make sure you're not a pro trader and things like that. So let me just give you the home page. And that's probably the reason, okay? And so make sure you give them, when you click on that, you'll see a little questions and answers will pop up, and click on the questions and answers and then ask, and just give them your email address and say, I've got a red ball, but I did pay the 1111. And then they'll check your account, and I'm almost certain they're going to say your exchange agreements haven't been completed, and they'll probably give you a link. Okay. Okay, guys, ENG is getting really, really interesting. I mean, really interesting. I mean, really interesting, guys. ENG. Drug just got halted. Drug got halted. DRUG got halted. I saw that one was ripping also. Drug got halted on the way up. A lot of volume came in. One of the scans I'm sharing is the halts resumes, okay? If you go to my home page, if you can, this be a big help for me. If you can find my homepage tab, okay, a lot of information is there. So there's the layout that I'm using. And there's my homepage link. And guys, we have a big promo right now. I haven't seen a 30% off. I don't think ever. I'll go over that in a bit. I haven't seen a 30% off. I don't think ever. You know where the top discount is 25. So, and that is active right now. So, a minute, guys. Give me one more minute again, guys. Okay, guys. So watching the ENG underneath 2 again. I'm going to reset my alert to see if it gets back over 2 again. Okay, and yeah, so I've got nothing to do with accounting. Okay, Ron, you can try. Okay, you can try. Let's see if they just give me your email address, see how kind they'll be to you. Okay. So I can't tell you. I can't say yes or no. 10 SMA SS, 10 SMA. Yeah, just give me your email address. Say, hey, I signed up last week and I get the 30 off. Okay, this ENG has been just a tease right around that $2 level. So again, I've got my alert set up in that area again. Excuse me, see if it takes it out. Lots of volume coming in. No, just general support at, there's no different name. No, there is not. Support will help, okay? Yeah, as LA is saying. Boy, blue is just getting hammered here, guys. Absolutely hammered here. It's actually now, I think it's below the close, well, where it started. 620, yeah, it's below that. So remember, it got halted around 620, had the big news, big pop, but now it's actually below the area where it was halted at. So SS, yeah, so it's a 10 SMA, not the 10 EMA on the 15-minute chart, the blue line. All right, what is starting to have? So the CSIQ won a race early. Okay, wow, that's a big one. Earnings play, solar play. Okay, okay, maybe MNMD is going to maybe do it again. It's still above the 200-day moving average. There's the VWAP, so it's above the VWAP and it's above the 200-day moving average. It's a little dicey. I mean, that was a pretty big pullback. Guys, I mean, I know I'm nagging at you here, but just keep an eye on ENG. Takes over that 2 again. Now, oh, Div, all sorts of different, I mean, my different scans have different filters, Div, okay? So all I can say though, I concentrate on this particular race, this race scan right here, and hardly any filters. I mean, I'm just looking for prices between 1 and 50, minimum volume of 200,000% or 200,000%, minimum volume of 200,000 shares, price between 1 and 50. Okay. And so what's happening, give me a moment. So all it's doing is it's looking at a top list window. I launch it from this top list window. And again, this is all it is. Nothing fancy. 200,000 shares. Oh, what happened to the price? Oh, there it is. Sorry. So, but what it's doing then, I'm going to get into the, okay, guys, I'm just trying to keep an eye on this MNMD, okay? I am trying to keep an eye on it in case it just does something crazy. So give me a moment, okay? Because I will explain the racing in a lot more detail. But I mean, this scan here, I mean, I have very few other scans, this scan here, the 10-day daily breakout, and I'm sharing all these. I mean, I've got the tough one is that current volume of 8. I mean, it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal, as an example. So, scans, are all different. I mean, I might have different price ranges. I might have different minimum volumes. So there's not like one set of filters that I use for everything. But if you want my scans, you can just take a look at them and then you can right click. Let me give you my homepage link. You can take a look at my scans and you can right click and then click on the summary and you will see the filters I'm using. So if I click on my homepage and then click on the scans. Okay, so here are my scans that I'm sharing. So if you loaded, say, the momentum scan, and then all you'd have to do once it's loaded, this is not it, of course, but you right click, configure, summary, and that'll tell you what the scan is looking for, okay? I have no pivot scanner for bounce plays technology chapter, no. All right, guys, ENG is back. But it's possible that one of the other traders does, okay? I don't use pivots. So if you go to support at Trade Ideas Trade, I'm going to give you the link. Okay. So there's the link, and you can ask if any trader, one of the other traders has it. Okay. All right, guys. ENG. I've been nagging at you. The only thing that's going wonky here is it didn't take the trade, even though it was in the simulator. And so I don't know if that's a bug. It should have taken the trade. Okay, guys, so I have to figure out what's going on because that's the whole idea of clicking that buy button and you set a conditional buy order at a price. Let me see if I can take it just at the current price. Okay, so at least it took it there, okay. Meanwhile, guys, drug. Holy smokes, look at this thing. So this got halted at what price? 148, so it just soared off that when it resumed. This is not shortable for me, I don't think. Let me just take a look to see if drug is actually shortable for me. Interactive brokers, no, it's not. And it just got halted again. Not that I wanted to short it, but it is of interest. Look at this. And now it's halted again. So look at the potential where it's going to open. 247, 247. There's the halt at 236. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, this blue box you see here. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? And I remember when I saw this in the pre-market, but I didn't see any specific news for it. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. I mean, and it's not a low float. Oh, it says it is a low float, but it's not a high short float percent. So that doesn't sort of, so maybe the memers have got a hold of it now. And maybe, yeah, seal is another one. That was under $1 the last time I looked. SEEL, I guess a play. And I think another one, was it CMPS? Does that make sense? Compass? Compass Pathways. I think this is another one. If you're looking for stocks that are maybe sympathy plays to MNMD. Okay, so China, now, again, you can have mine. I'm sharing mine, but if you want to go to the channel bar, click on New, Dock Channel Bar, and then Explosive winners, okay? And then this race you see here, my race is based on this. I've made some changes, that's all. I upped the minimum share number of shares to 200,000. I put a different price range in, and this is just for me. But if you want to follow, in essence, this race that I've got from a channel, this is it. Okay? You mean a custom channel? So you put, yeah, well, that's supposed to happen because you're not in the, well, I guess, but it shouldn't matter. I mean, so you just load it again. But let me, yeah, I mean, you're loading your custom channel if that's what you mean. You're loading that's what you should want. Maybe I'm not understanding your question though. Most people don't create custom channels, but yeah, that I don't know, Ron. You may be getting too into the weeds in this. I mean, I just don't know. I literally don't know. Okay. I think you're new, right? So these are sort of things that, maybe they're kind of interesting, but I would just, I don't know. I don't know. I would look at the races, just look at the race and get accustomed to understanding what the racing is all about. I mean, I'm not saying you can't explore, more avenues into the program. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but if you're new, I would just concentrate on the alert windows, top list windows, and the race. Okay, because I don't really know what you mean. When you're saying it's disappearing. I just because I've got a custom channel here, and all I know is when I click on it, yeah, the channel bar lead goes, but or what you're saying is it doesn't, you're saying this disappears. I don't know why. Okay. If that's what's happening, I have no idea why. Okay. I don't know why. Well, remember, you can always load. I mean, most people do not create custom channels. Okay, save your layout to the cloud, and then you just load it from the cloud. One of the things is, don't get so hung up in creating all sorts of different layouts. I've used the same layout in essence. I've made some modifications over the years, but I've used basically the same layout for years and years and years. Okay, i don't I don't start to I don't use one layout and then go to another one and then go to another one. I stick on one layout in essence. I'm not saying you can't create your different custom channels and all that, but I think you're getting overly complicated, right now. I think I would, I think I would just maybe either take my layout or concentrate on this Vegas gainers from the open. Okay, so the question, where do I see it now? Okay, that is Interactive Brokers. Okay, Sam. If you have Interactive Brokers, if you clicked on File and then Search, and then did a search and SLV, SL, SVB, that's LB. Should know this. Uh, what is that stupid thing? I don't know. SLB. I keep forgetting. Yeah, SLB. So if you go if you first of all, do you have Interactive Brokers? SLB. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. Sam, do you have Interactive Brokers? Who's your broker, Sam? Sam, can you hear me? Okay, I'll have to move on, Sam. Oh, okay. So you have Interactive Brokers. So if you have Interactive Brokers, just go to File and then Search and type in SLB, and then you'll get a box that looks like this, and that tells you how many shorts are available at Interactive Brokers. I cannot any other brokerage platform. I can't help. Come on, give me one more lift for ENG. Just give me a moment, guys. So again, Ron, I'm not trying to dismiss your questions. I really am not, but a question like that, and you're saying your channel bar disappears, and when I look at mine and it doesn't, I really haven't got a clue. Okay, that would be something for our other tech support people, or maybe you're just not doing exactly the same way I'm doing it. I really don't know. Too hard for me to try to dig into something like that in a trading room. So I'm not trying to dismiss your question. Okay, I'm glad you were able to answer. Okay, let's see what this one is doing. It's CYCC. Okay, guys, I want to get right into the racing now and explain what it's all about, okay? Because it's such an important feature that we've got. I think it's the best innovation we've ever done in the 20 years the company's almost been around. 2003 is when it started. I think it's the best innovation they've ever had. So this is what the race is all about. You start off with a top list. window. And of course, you can create your own races based on how you want to see things, okay? My top list window, very few filters. All I'm looking for are stocks between, why is this? Just give me a moment here. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of this other one that I have. Oh, I know what happened. Okay, just give me a moment. I know I'm talking to myself. Okay, so this race is based on this top list window. All it's looking for are stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and is up 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, that's all it's looking for. Nothing fancy. So you launch your race based on the top list. So you can see how you can create a top list that's different. I mean, if you wanted a different price range or add some more filters in there, you can do so. But I've got it's a very simple top list window, and then you launch the race. So what does that mean? Before we had racing, top list windows were generally used just to do some sorting. So in other words, if I wanted to see all of these column headers, you can sort on. So if I want to see the stock that is up the most, and now I know what I did. Let me just get this so you guys can. There we go. Okay, there is the change from the close, okay? So if I want to, I double left click, and now I can see the stock that is up the most from yesterday's close. Drug is it, 175%. So this is a way in which, if that's what you wanted to see, just stocks, well, what are the ones that are up the most from the close? What are the ones that are up the most from the open? The first print of the day, where is it from there? Drug again, 123%. What are the biggest relative volume leaders? Okay, so you can left click, double left click on any one of these headers to see, and then it gets sorted and it ranks them. It's all well and good, but how do you use that to trade? I mean, I can see drug is okay, 128%. What do I do with it? Can I do anything with that? So that is what the races are all about. I run 4-minute races. Okay, what that means is when a race starts, it'll run for 4 minutes, it'll be over, and then another one will start afterwards. So I run these 4-minute races all day long. And so again, what does it mean? When a race starts, every stock is basically what's at the same starting point. Whatever stock is moving the most percentage wise will start to move up on the list towards the top of the leaderboard. So what that means, for instance, drug may be just stagnant right now. I mean, yes, it's still up 121% from the open, but it may not be moving at all. So, that's not of interest to me. As an example, some stock down here like HUSA, HUSA, it's only 1.9% right now. But what if, for whatever reason, what if something started happening with HUSA and now it's at 2%, now it's at 5%, now it's at 10%, moving up? You would never, ever, ever know that, okay, by trying to stare at a list to see what stock is moving. That's what the race is all about. You don't have to. It's just going to show you the stocks that are moving the most relative to all the other stocks. And so what happens is, and at the end of, as a stock wins a race, when you see this 1 and you see drug 3, that means so far today, drug has won 3 races. Okay, that's what that means. Mind Medicine has won 2 races. This creates automatically a top 10 list for you. Okay, as the day moves on and on, you'll get more stocks filling up. You'll get a top 10 list, and drug, if it keeps moving higher and wins another race, so obviously the stocks that win the most races are stocks that you have to watch all day long. So for instance, drug, what if it pulls back? I mean, you take a look at top. This might be a better example. Look at top right now, okay? So top won a race. Later on in the day, if top is still just one race, I would click on it just to see what it's doing. Maybe it's consolidating a bit. Maybe it's, again, maybe it's consolidating a bit, and you could put some kind of a buy order above, maybe on a break of the consolidation, as an example. Okay. So that's why the top 10 list is excellent for just for you to focus on something all day long. And that is really the beauty of the race. It's not that, people say, well, okay, what, drug is winning. Do I take the trade right now? Well, no, I mean, it's pretty extended. Okay. It is very extended right now. I mean, you could, yeah, I mean, obviously, in chase mode, it may have worked. This one may have worked today, depending where you started chasing it from. But, I typically never chase a stock on the way up, but it may stop. It may pull back a little bit. Maybe what I do is I put a conditional buy order at a certain price on a pullback and see if it does that. So, but what it really does, it gets you to focus on one scan all day long, as opposed to having to create all sorts of different alert windows, different top list windows, and you're clicking like mad all day long on different alerts, and you're getting nothing done. The beautiful thing of this, in my opinion anyway, is the focus aspect of it. It's not just, okay, something is moving. Do I take the trade immediately? I mean, I'm gonna look at EOSE right now. You can kind of see if it kicks out two. That could be very interesting. After hours yesterday, or the pre-market yesterday, what did it get up to? It got up to 228. I mean, it could be interesting if it takes out two. And that's why we have the simulator, so you can practice trading. What would happen if I took that trade at 201? Practice, see what happens. So for somebody like myself who used to have many more alert windows open, I still have one other alert window, okay? I do have my 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown if I'm looking for shorts. But I'll admit, I'm not really paying that much attention to them, mainly because the 10-day daily breakout stocks more than likely appear up here anyway. There's the ENG and there's the drug. Okay, so I look at it this way. The, top lists are nice, alert windows are nice. This is like a hybrid. Okay, taking the best of wanting to monitor, stocks doing something in a big list without having actually to, spend time scanning the list to see if anything's moving, and the real-time alert windows. Okay, because these are all real time, what's happening. And these percentages, what those percentages mean, since the race started, so this race is, we're a minute and 22 seconds left. So since the race started, this moved 5%. That's what that ENG, that's what it means. Okay. Now it's pulled all the way back. You can see that big red flame. When was it developed or released? I don't know, a month, 2 months ago, Alan? I'm not 100% sure. Well, Leah, the app, if you want races and you want Brokerage Plus, you must be using, yes, either a PC, or if you've got a Mac, you have to be willing to use an emulation program like Parallels. There are others out there, or something like Amazon Web Services, okay, AWS, Microsoft 360, something like that, to take full advantage of the program. Sure, let's do a sector check now in a little bit. Now we're going to look at it in a little bit different way. I'm going to click on new doc channel bar. So this is a channel that I created. Sector change from the open. So instead of the change from the close, now we're going to see what have the stocks done in the major sectors from the open. So for instance, I think communications as an example. Communications, I think before they opened was probably 60%. 60% of the stocks were above yesterday's close. Look what's happened since the open with the communication sector, XLC. 90% are below the open. Again, so a stock opens and then, whatever happens from then, that dictates whether it's up or down from its opening trade. So what they're saying here, 90% are down from that opening. The ones that make up XLE. So if you're in a communication stock, you're probably not doing well if you took it at the open, as an example. Okay. Energy is still strong because when we looked at the energy stocks, they were about 95%, I think, were above yesterday's close, and 90% are above the open. So energy is still strong, and they have not given up their gains. Look at retail. Retail's getting hammered here a little bit, guys. 79% of the stocks are down from the open. That's why I always use the change from the open now. I used to always use the change from the close, but I have completely abandoned it. The only time I look at the change from the close is 10 minutes before the market opens, because we can't look at the change from the open because guess what? Market hasn't opened. Okay, so guys, yeah, I should mention all this right now. We have a great promo on right now. So first of all, I want to put my home. This is what I have to do in our YouTube room because linking is tough. We're putting my links. Okay, so you go to my home page and okay, so there is the promo code you can use. I want to see if it's, I've asked them to have added it to my homepage. I don't know if it's been added yet. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure it's been added. So here's the deal, guys. You go to my homepage. I'm going to put my homepage link in. One moment as I. Normally, I don't have to do that because the promo is on my homepage already, but I have to get somebody to add it. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on the homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. And again, it hasn't been added yet, so that's why use the promo code Early Drive 30. You'll get 30% off. That's the biggest discount I've ever seen. So when you click, for instance, if you click on the annual premium, click on that purchase, just to give you an idea how much it now will cost. There's that big discount. So the annual premium now, $1,400. That works out to is that right? $116 a month. Okay, the standard, well, I'm not going to do all the math for you, but you can just see the standard is would be down to $700. Okay, it's 30% off that $1,000, so it would be down to $700 a month. Okay, now here's what you should do, in my opinion. You don't have to take out an annual subscription right off the bat. Go monthly. Okay, you will get the 30% discount off that first month. If within 30 days you decide, you know what, I want to up it to an annual, we'll honor the 30%. So you don't have to take out an annual. And the reason why people take out an annual subscription, of course, is that, it it reduces the per month cost, but you pay it up front. But you don't have to do that. Try us out for a month. Get that 30% off. You can pick either standard or premium, get that 30% off. And if, again, within 30 days, you decide, yep, I want to go to annual, and you don't have to go to annual ever. But if you do, then we'll honor the 30%. So there's no mad rush to take on an annual. You can try us out for that month. If you decide you want to just stick with the monthly, that's fine, but knowing that's what you'll pay going forward, 118 and 228. So that is a great promo. Yeah, so I'm not a swing trader. Okay, so the best way is probably I'm probably not the right person to ask. Um, I mean, we do have a okay. I mean, we do have something called swing trades. You can check this swing picks. Okay, you can check that to see if that sort of fits your bill. And these are five that gets if you have our service, you get this automatically. It gets updated every week, probably Sunday night. Okay, and then you can check to see, and it's all laid out. Okay, so that's one thing I would do. The code. Okay, there's the code, Tim. Early Drive 30, all in caps. Early Drive 30. Well, I think in theory it's Sunday night. So if somebody asks how long will that promo code last? Sunday night, 11:15. I always say 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, Sunday night. Okay. Okay, guys, so let me just recap what I did. I mean, yes, I got into the ENG, little disappointed it didn't keep rocking. Did okay, but little disappointed that it didn't keep rocking. I was hoping that it might, challenge that 253 mark a little bit better, but it just didn't. It got up to 224. So again, I nagged and nagged and nagged. So I ended up taking this trade just around 206, 207 and got out just underneath 220. So it wasn't it was okay on a percentage basis, but I was really hoping it would attack that 250 mark. Now it might later on. I mean, this is pulled back. It might later on. Now, again, if I had been, watching this, I would never let this turn into this big of a loss. Okay, this is in the simulator. I never would have let this turn into that big of a loss. Okay, guys, seal. This is when I was doing my pre-market work, they were suggesting that seal, if you're looking for sympathy plays with the MNMD, this is maybe one coming right into the 200-day though. I'm not saying this is one to take, but it is coming right into the 200-day moving average. And I'm disappointed in that MMND. I thought that headline would, really keep it running, but evidently not. Again, one of the reasons is the float. They've done something in this bill that you really have to stretch this out to see the send. I don't like that. Okay, so Ramin, I don't understand your question. How can I create raise for Holly stocks? I don't understand the question. Maybe that raise got translated wrong or something because I don't understand the question. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Now, one of the things I'm just noticing here, the AI has got a couple of shorts. Oh, neg is shortable now. Okay, it wasn't shortable earlier. NVFY is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Just well, there probably no races set up. Yeah, there are no races set up because there's so few stocks. Okay, there are so few. I mean, there are only two trades right now. I think two alerts today, three alerts. So I mean, there's just not enough. It wouldn't make sense to have a race on three stocks. Does that make sense? Now, what might start to happen? Yeah. So yeah, this is still in its infancy. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it in its infancy. Well, I mean, we do have the financial. One of the ETFs is the financial sector, if that's what you're talking about. Sector status. Question is, how do I see the banking sector? So this XLF should be showing up pretty soon. XLF financials right here. Now there are other ETFs, of course, but that's the main one, obviously, XLF. So there's your financial, about 50-50 right now. Yeah, if I'm concentrating on going short, Teddy, I mean, really the only thing I'm looking at is this 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, that's about it. I haven't really shorted very much in the last little while. I mean, if I'm really paying attention, the only other alert that I have is Zach's topping plays, but these are difficult. They're not easy for most people. Something that is, going really parabolic, but you're trying to time a top. But I really don't, I mean, I'm really not concentrating on going short at all. I'll tell you right now. Okay. If I thought the market was just absolutely, terrible, 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 then I would just flip this. The biggest gainers from the open, I would flip it to the biggest losers from the open. Right now, though, I don't really care what the market, I mean, even the market was soft yesterday. We had all sorts of winners in this, but if I were really looking to start going short, and I can give you this, the flipped large cap. Okay, biggest losers from the open. Where are you? Biggest losers from the open. Okay. So here's a race based on the biggest losers from the open. Okay. You can't set up a race for Holly stocks, Remian. It doesn't make sense to. There's so few. Okay. There's just so few Holly stocks. I mean, you've got three stocks today. I mean, so it doesn't make sense to have a race based on three stocks, if that makes sense. Okay, so I mean, if I were really starting to, if the market were like maybe a couple of months ago, basically making new low after new low after new low after every single day. It's possible we just wouldn't get these sort of plays. But right now, I'm more interested in seeing these stocks that are not really caring what the market's doing, whether the market's up or down. They're just kind of trading on their own. Now, again, guys, this is going to look really skewed here because, of course, I would not let this ENG. Something happened. I mean, something happened to ENG. It's almost like they announced the financing. It almost like they announced the financing. It's not on my homepage, but I can give it to you, Teddy. The reason it's not, I don't want to complicate things. If people, especially new traders, most new traders don't get involved with shorting at all. So, but I can give it to you. Well, there it is. Okay, Teddy. Something happened to ENG, guys. I mean, something absolutely catastrophic happened. I mean, that is a big drop. Again, I keep thinking that they're going to announce a financing. What does relative volume indicate? So relative volume is a pretty cool indicator, okay? So what relative volume says is, now this is not the exact definition, but you know, it's pretty close. So at 1030, you look at the relative volume for ENG 214, okay? It's saying that over the average, over say the last 10 days, at 1030, up to 1030, so this is the current time, it is trading 214 times what it normally does up to 1030 on average over the last 10 days. That is what the relative volume is all about. It's a little more detailed than that, but again, without diving into the weeds. So the relative volume is because that's really showing you stocks that are really moving. Why the relative volume is a great indicator is because we have got a volume percent also. Now that is a typical one. So in other words, if a stock has normally traded a million shares over the last 10 days, and you use that volume percent filter and say put 200 because it's a percent, that stock will have to trade 2 million shares before you see it. Okay, it's traded on average a million shares, and you use that 200% ratio of 2. That stock will have had to trade 2 million shares before you see it. Okay. However, that same stock, if you do that same stock, though, maybe it really hasn't traded very much over the last little while, but all of a sudden in the first half hour of the day, it trades a million shares. High relative volume because it normally doesn't trade a million shares, in the first half hour. So consequently, you would miss that move because you're waiting for that to hit 2 million shares. But if you use the relative volume filter, even if you put that at 2 or 3, maybe on average, that stock has traded 50,000 shares, 100,000 shares in the first half hour. Even if you use 3 for relative volume, and it'll have to have traded 300,000 shares before you'll see it. That's still way less than the 2 million. Hopefully, I'm not complicating this issue too much, but that's why I never use the volume percent filter when the market opens. I only use it in the pre-market, but I almost exclusively use the relative volume filter. Yeah, I mean, there's a little more to it than that, Hans, okay? Well, so you're not chasing. So for instance, if I click on CYCC, okay, so I'm watching a little bit of a pullback. So if I took it right now, in theory, I would not be chasing it. Okay, I'm not saying I want to take it right now, but in theory, a little pullback for CYCC. And so I'm not chasing it. It's not like it's 10, 15-minute candles in a row, but it had a little pullback. And so if I took this right now, I would not be what I would be calling chasing it, as an example. That's why you've got to practice trading, okay? Many people will not want to take stocks that are near the high of the day. They think, well, that is, even if it pulled back a little bit, they think that's chasing, and that's fine. If that's your mindset, that's fine. If you're more in tune to playing pullbacks, then set a buy order down to the pullback level that you think you'd like to see it pull back to, and if it hits it, great. Okay, that's a lot of people don't like playing stocks that are near the highs of the day or the lows of the day if they're shorting, and that's fine. I'm certainly not trying to say that the way I trade is the only way to trade. Okay, looking at, wow, Indo, I'm getting a little behind here. That's okay. There are questions that I'll try to have to answer, but that's fine. I saw Indo earlier, so that was that little drug company, that little oil play that went absolutely nuts a few months ago, got up to $87. Okay, you created a strategy, connected it to the simulator, enabled the strategy, but it doesn't make any trades. And okay, without getting too involved, because first of all, did you watch the video, the Brokerage Plus video? You did, and you watched. Okay, so I mean, I don't. So you're trying to auto trade, right? You're trying to auto trade in the simulator. Okay. Well, you have to. Okay, in each the step that probably most people forget is in your strategy, right click, edit the trading strategy, and you have to make sure in the account section, you clicked on that and then account and then make sure it says simulated trading default. Okay, so even though you've enabled your strategy, it's possible you didn't do that step also. Okay, it's possible. If you didn't do that, I mean that'll be absolutely a reason why I didn't trade. Okay. Now another reason is of course your order details and what limit offset did you use? Understanding if you watch the video, then you should know what the limit offset is because your strategy may, let's just say Indo, it triggers in your strategy 802, but Indo is a pretty fast moving stock. So even though, you're trying to auto trade something, that's at 802, that stock could, even though you're auto trading, it could be moving so quickly, it could be at 808 before you could actually take the order. If your limit offset is only 2 cents, okay. And guys, if you're listening to me and you're new, just forget what I'm saying, okay? This is all super advanced stuff. You don't have to know this. But if your limit offset is telling you, okay, at 2 cents, if I get an alert at 792, how far outside of that alert price am I willing to go? So if you put 2 cents, that means you'll be willing to go up to 794, which may not be good enough. That stock could, because a fast moving stock could be easily jumping 5 or 6 cents, 10 cents. Okay. Not a good idea to do market though. Okay. But it's up to you. And that is another reason why they use a limit offset of 2 cents and they're not getting any fills. And that's a reason because, a stock is moving so quickly, pretty tough to get a fill 2 cents away from the actual alert price if a stock is moving quickly. Yeah, I mean, listen, somebody's asking about drug. Why is drug going up? Can't see any news. Well, you know, you drive yourself crazy if you really try to find out why, but it could be some Reddit group that has got a hold of this for today. It's a low float situation. The name is drug, ha ha. So maybe, let's pile into drug today, guys. With mind med, maybe, soaring, psychedelic drug. Sorry, not mind med, but MNM, that's a tough one. MNMD, soaring earlier today, drug. I mean, it's possible. Yeah, I've got mixed emotions about that Rucker. Okay. The powers that be think that they should put Tesla and Apple in here as a default for everybody's race. The reason why is they just want to draw your attention to the fact that if you want to trade fast moving stocks, Tesla and Apple are not fast moving stocks. Okay. And because very rarely you're going to see Tesla slide up to the top of the leaderboard or Apple. Okay. So if you're looking to trade stocks that are, moving, giving you nice percentage increases and all, then it's just trying to show you that Tesla and Apple are not those stocks. I have mixed emotions about putting it there, but I might have missed your question. Okay. Well, I'm more detailed on stock racing. I mean, it's pretty detailed in the guide. I mean, I'm not sure quite more what you want. I mean, let me just go to it. I think it's pretty detailed. I mean, there's only so much we can do, but so when you go to our guide, you want to learn more about racing, and click on the education section of my homepage, click on the user guide, and then click on TI stock race. I think this is pretty detailed. A couple of nice setup, the setup, it's a video. Steve put something together, how to trade race winners. I mean, you can watch that. But look, I mean, there's all this information is here. I'm not sure what more you would want. After that, it's up to you, of course. You don't have to have my race, but that's the whole idea. You can create your own top list and run a race from it. So I'm not exactly sure what more you would want. Percentage wise, it's not a fast moving stock. Percentage wise, I'm not saying Tesla can't move, on a, some day that, I mean, it's up, 0.3 per 3. Since this race started, it's moved 0.37%. Apple is down 6.16%. That's all. So if you're looking for faster moving stocks, that's all we're talking about. All right, guys, let me go over my homepage a little bit more in detail. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. We're not doing this just because of the test drive. This is the format all the time, and it's a free room, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, and I'm just waiting for this to change. Yeah, so again, don't use that promo code. Use What's it called again? Early Drive 30. Okay, I'll put this in again. So don't use this promo code. Obviously, use the Early Drive 30 to get 30% off the first month only of the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this first. The Let's Get Started, okay? It runs you through some of the very basic things, you know, the download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 videos. You have to do that. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. You should know at least some of the basic features. Once you've done that, you can take a look at the education section. Okay, then go to the user guide. And there's that getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the racing is all about. At the very least, you can learn all about the other things later, but at the very least, alert windows, top list windows, and what the racing is all about, TI stock racing, okay? And there's that getting started series again. So daily support. So today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. I take a break at 12, between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room, and today's Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to Steve if you want. And then Chris Varley, when I shut down the main room, the YouTube room, the YouTube room remains open until 4:30. So from 3:30 to 4:30, Chris is there Monday to Friday. You can sign up. No webinars this week, no webinars next week. We'll be back to our normal rotation the following week. You can sign up for them all right there. And back to basics, back to basics. If you're new to trading, absolutely recommend this. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So this is not third party. And it starts off with what is a stock. So this is all free. If you're new to trading, a great video series. Now I do a stock of the day video. I hope this is starting to work better in terms of the submittal. I do a stock of the day video at noon. The trade of the week. Now Steve Gomez is responsible for the trade of the week. This week's trade of the week did not trigger. So before you say it was a terrible trade of the week, it was UEC. Not terrible, it didn't trigger. You know, there was a trigger price and it didn't trigger. So basically it's a non-event. But this is a free service. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. If you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam box or spam folder, or if you have Gmail, maybe your promotion folder, okay? And it could be there. And last, my scans, the scans that I'm sharing. This is the race mode. When I talk about all the time, I do have these still up and running, the 10-day daily breakout and down. Now the 10-day daily breakout, typically the stocks I'm seeing here are in the race mode. If I'm wanting to look to short, maybe on a given day, you know, I will use this one. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. The Halts resumes. You know, you hear me talk about the Halts resumes. This is the Halts resumes. And I have a couple others. I'll take a look when we go to the channel bar to take a look at the momentum. For more experienced traders, if you're looking to, you know, maybe play tops, so stocks that are really parabolic on the way up, and maybe, you know, you want to short them, or stocks that are parabolic on the way down and you want to play a bounce. Sacks, bouncers, and toppers. This is, I would call this for experienced users only. And then I've just got another one called basic new highs and lows that you can take a look at. And that single stock window, that's that single stock window right here. Okay, so I've really cut back on the number of scans that I'm sharing because I just don't, you know, I think it was too complicated. Well, Gene, I mean, I, the question is, can you tell us how the software has improved your trading? Any comment by how much, approximately in terms of batting average, dollars, or anything else you'd be willing to share? Well, I mean, of course, I use Trade Ideas. I work for Trade Ideas, so I couldn't trade without Trade Ideas. So, but I've been using them since 2010. That would be more of a question probably for newer users or some of our other users who have had Trade Ideas for a while. I can't comment on that. I have no idea. All I know is that personally, I could not trade unless I had Trade Ideas. But there's a learning curve, and I'm going to go over the simulator, and you should practice trading. You could practice trading for 3 months before you really, even 6 months, before. Trading isn't the easiest thing in the world. We're an idea generator. Everything that you see is an idea. It's not, well, I just take this trade right now and pile into it just because I get an alert. There is a learning curve to trading, and that's why we've got a simulator that I'm going to go over. You can practice, practice, practice. The simulator is part of our standard service. It uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, you can do so. So my advice here is to save my link, and then you can look at the education section, my scans, of course, the getting started. You can look at it anytime you want. So if you save my link, then again, you'll have all this available anytime you want to take a look at it. No, my stock of the day typically, and what it's been focused on is the racing. So, for instance, yesterday I did, and it was a pretty good one because, look, I'll make no bones about it. We are pushing racing like, let me back up a little bit. We've had the AI for a long time. Okay, the AI started, I think, in 2016, and people have asked me, well, wait a minute, Barry, you work for Trade Ideas. How come you just don't trade the AI all day long? Well, it wasn't, the setups, and I have a certain price range that I like, and I just didn't get the feel for it. Okay. So even though I work for Trade Ideas, nobody forced me because I work for Trade Ideas. The CEO and everybody didn't say, well, you must use the AI. Okay. This is why I want to lead into this. They started this racing concept, I don't know, 3 months ago, 4 months ago. And I looked at it and said, I can't use this. I don't understand how I could possibly use it. And so I dismissed it, like most people that Trade Ideas. But our CEO persevered. And, it started, first of all, the look changed. I wasn't so hung up on the look with the racing cars. I'm way more about function over form. Give me something that works. Even if it's not pretty, I can deal with that. Okay. But I just couldn't even see how I could use it. And then sort of a light bulb went off about, or on about, well, it's almost 6 weeks ago now. And I have been using this exclusively, not because my CEO is telling me this is what you should do. This is what I'm using almost exclusively. So when I do my races, typically, or my stock of the day, typically it's focusing on a race, something that worked out very well. But the one I did yesterday was on BWV. So yes, I mean, if you were in the room yesterday, BWV was run probably by the end of the day about 20 or 22 races. Okay, but what I was saying, because I do it at noon Eastern time. Let me just show you. I know this is a long-winded explanation about, is it a recap or of the market? No, but BWV went from 350 all the way up to 517. Okay, race after race after race, it was winning. But when I was doing my video, it was right about here. Okay, right about here. And I said, well, you know what? If you missed BWV, the whole idea of the races is to concentrate, especially if a stock is one race after race, concentrate on it. Put some price alerts or maybe a conditional buy order at a certain level, because typically if a stock wins, a lot of races early on, it doesn't mean all of a sudden that's it. it could resurrect itself, even if it hasn't won a race for a while later on. Now, that was, wonderfully prophetic. I mean, does it always happen like this? Of course not. But that's what I was saying in the video. And look what happened afterwards. I mean, this went from that 450 before it stopped all the way up to 650. There's a $2 run on a $4 stock, big percentage gain. Another opportunity here on that pullback right there, to get in maybe at that level. It ran all the way up to 768. So that was what I focused on yesterday. So to sort of answer your question, I was saying, keep an eye on this, but the thing is, of course, it was running while I was doing. My video was only about a minute long. I've been asked to really cut. People got very very short attention spans. So when we put these videos out, if it's over a minute, it's amazing how people won't click. So I race through them, and they seem to get more views that way. Okay, so long-winded explanation, Rucker. Okay, but that is why I concentrate on what happens in the race and and also the whole idea of this race. What happens is it creates a watch list for you all day, automatically for you. It creates a top 10 list for you automatically. So I've been asked to comment on my price range. In the race here, typically I like stocks under $30. Okay, that's me. If you ask me why, well, because typically stocks under 30 have a better chance of bigger percentage moves than the $100 stocks. It doesn't mean that a $100 stock can't go from 100 to 120. But you know what? I've just decided for my personal style of trading that I happen to like stocks that are under $30. Okay. It's a question in the YouTube room. And that doesn't mean that's what, not just yourself, Jane, who asked the question, but anybody else listening to me. All sorts of different trading styles. Some people hate stocks under 20 or 30. They'd rather trade $100 stocks. That's fine. If that's what you want to do and you can make money doing it, go for it. If you want to have a bunch of indicators that you like to use and you can make money doing it, go for it. I'm not an indicator guy. I'm aware of where the 200-day moving average is, and that's almost it. But that doesn't mean that you should do the same thing. I mean, when I first started trading, I had every indicator, known to man on my charts. My charts were just so messy looking, all sorts of lines and squiggles but I was told, wow, you've got to have this one. You've got to have MACD. You've got to have Stochastics. You've got to have Ichimoku. You've got to have this and that. You got to have everything. And so I had everything, and then I just couldn't get anything done. So a tail racer, this is what you have to do. If you right click on the race right now, okay, right click on your race. If probably right now, it'll probably if I click on show all winners, but what you want to do is click on it and then click on it. You have to see show top 10 winners. I'm trying to get them to, that should be the default, okay? And then once you click on show top 10 winners, then it turns into the top 10 list. Racing comes with a standard, yes, part of the standard service. Okay, you have to have. If you again, I do apologize for this. Nothing we can do about it. It's not available in the web-based version. Okay, Brokerage Plus, the ability to practice trading using this Brokerage Plus window. And racing is not available with the web-based version. Now, there are ways around that, of course, if you're willing to use a program like Parallels or a cloud like Amazon Web Services or Microsoft 360. Okay, guys, so I will look at the videos, but can you tell me if I can create my own watch list and have them race every day, while also having another race of ones that are generated by the parameter set? And the answer to that question, that is a question from our YouTube room, is yes. So if you have a basket of stocks that you like to follow, okay, now make sure it, in my opinion, it should be at least 20 or 30. You don't want to run a race on 5 stocks, okay? And I'm not just talking to Eugene, I'm just talking in general. But yes, you can create a watch list. We call it a symbol list. And then you take that symbol list, you attach it to a top list window, and then you can launch the race based on that. And then you can also have another race if you want this race as an example. You can have both. You can have 2 races going. Yes, I would. It's possible. Now the system can really bog down. Somebody in the room, I can't remember who it was, a couple of days ago, had 5 races running. Too many. It takes up a lot of system resources. Okay, these races, and of course, and my thing is that concentrate on having 1, maybe 2 races, and that's it anyway. You don't want to have a bunch of races, because then you just run into the same pitfall of having too many alert windows and you're clicking on symbols all day long and getting nothing done. I cannot emphasize this whole thing about focusing on one scan and getting used to learning how to trade that one scan. Practicing is going to go a long way to helping, in my opinion, becoming a more successful trader, as opposed to having so many different either races or alert windows up and running, and you're clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. And believe me, I've been there, because it's hard sometimes. You want to have, people, I'll share, you see my scans. People will have other scans that they're sharing. You go on the internet and you'll see somebody saying, "Oh man, you should have this type of a scan," and you create it and you try to create it at Trade Ideas. You'll just get bogged down. You'll get nothing done. All right, thank you, Rudy. I'm talking to Rudy in our YouTube room. So if not our YouTube room, sorry, in a Trade Ideas. So now I click on my home page now. Whoops. Well, oh, by the way, guys, on my homepage, there is a layout, okay? Not on my homepage, sorry. My homepage, it gets a little confusing. I've got a tab called Barry's homepage. Hopefully you guys can see that. This is in the main room. So the tab is called Barry's homepage, and there is the test layout. So this is the layout that you see. Now remember, it is a layout. So before you load it, make sure you save your layout to the cloud, okay? You can only have, without getting too involved in talking about docking and all that, you can only have one layout at a time. So make sure if you want to see my layout, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Okay, you don't want to have spent some time creating a layout and then it disappears on you. It's okay for it to disappear, because as long as you saved it to the cloud, you can always load it again. But if I go to my homepage now, Rudy tells me that it is, there we go. So there is the promo code to use, guys. Okay, so I don't have to keep typing it in. 30%. That's the biggest one I have seen, yeah, ever. In the since we started doing promos and things like that, I think we started in 2015, maybe. That's the biggest one I've seen. And Gene, I don't know if you know how to create your own watch list. I don't know if you know how to do that, but again, if you go to the guide, just a minute, please. Okay, guys, back. So again, if you want to create your own, we call it a symbol list, okay? So if you click on my home page, and again, go to the education section, click here, education, and then click on the guide. The guide is awesome, guys. If you're ever wondering about, how to do something, the guide is awesome. And watch list, okay? That'll show you how you create a watch list, how you can edit your watch list, how you attach it to either an alert window or a top list window, and then that's how you can monitor it. And if you do attach it to a top list window, and then you can launch a race from it. Well, just so you know, I mean, in theory, a top list, a top list window, you can have up to 1,000 symbols in it. Okay, in theory, but I'm telling you, I mean, if you have 1,000, if you have several top list windows open, you have 1,000 symbols on each, your system can really bog down, because the top list window is updating that list constantly, constantly, constantly. So I would probably, I mean, I don't know how big your symbol list is, but try to keep it to the other thing in my opinion, you can do is, when you do create it, I mean, you can have a big symbol list, but put some minimum volume. I mean, you might have a symbol list of 1,000, but they probably all won't be worth watching. I mean, what if a stock only trades 100 shares, or 1,000 shares, or 2,000 shares? You'd probably want to put a minimum volume in the top list, so you're only seeing the ones in your symbol list that are worth watching. There's drug now again. What did I say a little while ago? There's that pullback. The argument to be made that you could have taken the trade in that 330 level area. But that is why you've got to practice. I mean, our CEO is saying things that I don't think anybody wants to hear. And that's that you should practice for 6 months before you start trading. And I know people, wow, I want to practice for 6 months. I've got your program. I just put some money in my broker's account. I want to start trading now. Well, you could. I mean, maybe you got lucky. It boggles my mind why people think that they can just start trading immediately. Okay, Lauren. So you're using our web-based version. I'm assuming you're looking at TI Pro Web. So can you hear me? Lauren, can you hear me? So when you click on that link, it's basically asking you for your username and password. So Lauren, I can't help you unless you can actually hear me. Boy, drug guys, I mean, this is still, again, well, let's look left. I mean, this is, I don't see anything. Let's expand this daily chart just a little bit just to see what we see here. So there's the price. So, I mean, four obviously is maybe tough to get through. These are the highs back in December of last year. So not that long ago. But the way it's trading, I mean, all right, I'll try Lauren one more time. Boy, if it gets through that though, I mean, it could have some more rippage in this drug. What's the float on this? Yeah, 7 million. So if you took this, I mean, you got to be awfully careful, remember, guys. I mean, that float is so low. Again, if you don't know what the float is, it's the available number of shares that can be traded on a given day. And 7 million is very low. I consider anything under 20 million very low. Okay, and just think of this as the supply of stock. That's the supply, and there's your demand, the volume. So with 7 million in the float, it's already traded 56 million. I can do some quick math. That's about 8 times the float. Okay. So there's huge demand, low supply. What happens? That's why you can get a 315% increase. And if you're wondering why it's going up, because yeah, we can't really see any news, just accept the fact that it is. Okay. And it might have something to do with the fact that the other one, not that it's doing that much right now, but the MNMD, maybe these, I mean, I don't know what they do, bright minds, it sounds like, improves the less severe, life altering, etc. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what they do, but it could have been a group, a Reddit group that says, you know what? This is sort of call it the same sector as The other one, MNMD. So let's pile into this. And this is just a trade, guys. Yeah, I mean, as Mike is saying, I mean, this could be this could drop back down to $1 today. I'm watching this like mad right now, guys. Okay, guys, I have to concentrate. And this is not shortable for me to Interactive Brokers anyway. So I don't know how many brokers out there have shorts available. Probably Zach at Centerpoint, maybe he's got shorts available, probably cost him a bit. And why I bring that up is that, well, there'd be typically not a lot of downward pressure from people shorting this. I mean, why it's going to go down? Of course, people are profit taking. I mean, that's what's going to happen. But it's not like there are a lot of shorts available at a lot of the brokerages out there. So you're not going to get that aspect of why it could start moving down. I see that wet G has been active also. I see it just resumed. It was halted a bit and then it just resumed. Come on. All right, guys. You see? You just got to have, wow, you just got to have the patience and all. I mean, that 4 break was so critical. This is very, very, very much for me, not quite as dramatic as the BWV yesterday. The fact that it pulled back a little bit and then, so if you miss that first move, don't beat yourself up. It pulled back. And then all I was kind of waiting for was, okay, how well are you going to hold over 4? Now, understand, I can't tell people what to buy. Okay. I'm not a financial advisor. If you're thinking you're in this room and I'm going to say, guys, you should be in this trade right now with me at 415 and, take some off at 450, this is the wrong room. Okay. All I can do is sort of indicate a level that I'm very interested in. And if it makes sense to you, okay. If it doesn't make sense to you, oh boy. And that's why it is, somewhat important, to know if shorts are available. Like William, shorts available at E-Trade for this one? No drug shorts, yeah. So Zach is probably one of the only ones who can short this at Centerpoint. Hey, you know what else is coming off the bottom, guys? Kirk, Kirk. The big one for a couple of days. Kirk is sort of, kind of lifting off the bottom a little bit here. Kirk. Got some room. I mean, there looks like there's a ton of resistance around 570, but so it's got a little bit of room. Oh man, guys. So, on my 10-day daily breakout at 9:51, it was at $2. I mean, so I was saying, in this 10-day daily breakouts, typically all those stocks are going to be here anyway, but it sort of gives me, I guess, added confirmation, if you will. All right, so what I haven't got over at all, guys, is our channel bar. What time is it now? 11:20. So I just want to go over the channel bar a little bit. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are theme-based channels. So that's that explosive winners channel. And this race, I've modified the race. I've modified this race here to suit my style. A different price range. Minimum volume is upped. You don't have to though. You want to follow this all day long? That's fine. Let's go to the momentum channel. I just want to explain what you can do. All right, momentum channel. So if you're wondering, my scans and any scan, all these are scans. They're scans within layouts, okay? So if I right click, configure, summary, it's going to tell me what this scan is looking for. So in this particular case, it's looking for stocks between 1 and 50. The current volume is at least 3. The volume is at least 100,000 shares. This is kind of the key, these two filters here. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So that means typically when you see, if you get an alert, you're going to see a big volume burst. If these filter values are met, if the filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. Now you might say, well, wait a minute, that's 11:19. Yeah, so when you load a channel, you're going to see the last alert that happened. Okay, so drug, of course, is pulled back now, but if drug took out 475 later, you'd see this, you would see this as a real-time alert. So if you like this scan, if you liked it exactly the way it is, then you right click. And what you have to do is you have to take this out of the layout. You have to take it out of the layout. So you right click, duplicate into free floating window. And now it's showed up on my other monitor and here it is, okay? Now at this point, if you liked it exactly the way it is, you just right click, save or share to cloud and save it. All this is in the user guide and in the getting started, okay? I'm just kind of going over some things to see how, in general, how things can work. But you might look at this and go, I like the idea, but I'd like to make a couple of changes. So you right click, configure, summary, telling you what. Now if you left click on the icon, and now it all shows up. So if I wanted a different price range, say I wanted 10 and 100, click on the summary again. Now it says 10 and 100. I can say okay, and then I can save it. So, if you like it exactly the way it is and you save it immediately, if you like the scan, or you make some changes and then you duplicate it into the free floating window and then you save it. Okay. Now, just give me a moment. When you make a change in the channel, as long as you remain on the channel, of course the change remains. But if you go to another channel and then you come back to the channel, change is gone. It's back to the normal. Why? Because the channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't necessarily mean that's what other people want. Okay? So just so you know, that's a question we get. You say, hey, I went to a channel, made a change, and I watched it, then I came back, and hey, change is not saved. Well, that's the reason. So this is like a low float winner. So you want to know what this is looking for? This is a race based on low float. You right click, open the top list. It'll show you the top list that it's running on. And then you can right click and configure and summary. It's going to tell you exactly what it's looking at. I don't know why this is jumbled up here, but so stocks between $1 and $10. So it's looking for low float situations. No, the float has to be no more than 20 million as an example. I think I could have done it also here, configure. No. Now I do have another race. I don't use it, but I have another race that I can pass on to people. And that is because, this race is looking for stocks that are really moving. Okay. But they're not the easiest stocks in the world to trade. If you're new to trading, I mean, yeah, it looks wonderful when you get into a trade like this and moves from 3 to 6 or 470, and you think, wow, how great was that? But it also can pull right back down to 2 in a heartbeat. So you hear me say this all the time. Low float, wonderful. Yes, when you're on the right side of it. Horrible if you're on the wrong side of it. When all of a sudden the buying dries up and people just flee it, just sell. So you cannot leave your computer when you get into a low float trade. You can't, and even if you think, well, okay, I want to leave, I'll just put a stop in, and my broker, I'll put a stop in where I want to get out. It may work. The problem is, let's say you have 1,000 shares of this, okay, and you put your stop at 419, and it starts to move down, and then it just explodes right down through 419 with hardly a pause. Well, you may get out 100 shares or 1,000, okay? Maybe you'll get none. I mean, maybe you get one out. You may get them all out, but you can't rely on that when it's a low float situation. Just put it like putting an auto stop in and hope you'll get out at that price. So that's why you cannot leave your computer. You can't even wander away for a minute. You have to be prepared to sit and stare at a chart, and watch the action when you're in a low float stock. I noticed you mentioned TNXP, Zach. Monkeypox there seem to be dead. Sega? Yeah, Sega. I mean, Sega's drifting down now. The monkeypox there seem to be dead. Nice, Ron. I thought they would. We're pretty good about that. Somebody takes out a subscription, within the last few days, and then they see a 30% off. Excuse me, we are usually pretty good. Just give me a moment, please. Now, another word about the racing. As you see a stock moving up to the top, and again, why does it move up to the top? Because it's leading the race. It has moved the most since the race started, and I'm running 4-minute races. Okay, I mean that's what I like. You can run 5-minute races. You can run 10-minute races. You want to run 2-minute races. I chose 4. If you're going to ask me exactly why, I really don't have a good answer. I just picked 4. I thought that was a decent time. I knew 10 was too long for me because why? 4-minute races, I'll have 97 races then from 9:30 to 4. Okay. 10-minute races, I think I got about 60. So or 30 something. So what I wanted is I want to create a nice top list automatically, a watch list of stocks, and with enough races. So, that's pretty significant. Drug has won 13 races today. You know, Indo has won 3, so it's, you know, there's a bunch of laggards, but I mean, Drug has won 13 races today. That's why you cannot take your eyes off this one, okay? There may be other opportunities to trade this. Now, again, it is really, really low float. It's not everybody's cup of tea. If you wanted a larger cap version of this, I can give it to you. You know, that might be something that, you know, if you don't want something that is so volatile, I can give you a large cap version of that if you want. Large cap gainers from the open. Okay, so I can share that. It's exactly the same idea. Okay, so it's exactly the same. The big difference is I've upped. It has to be a half a billion, 500 million market cap, number one. The float has to be at least 50 million. So you're more than likely you're not going to get these low floaters. I don't have a filter here that only looks at low floats. Okay, it's not that. In fact, I mean, look at MNMD. That's a tongue twister. I mean, it's a big float, 353 million. Okay, and it's up at one point it was up a lot more. It's up 49% now, which is really staggering with that sort of floats. But it's not like I have a filter that prevents me from seeing larger floats. It's just that typically something with a large float is not going to be moving that much percentage wise. And that's what I'm interested in. So I'm going to answer Ethan first, Ron. So Ethan asked in our YouTube room, is there a filter for bid ask? Yes, there is. You only use it in an alert window though, okay? And this is just a general tip. Just give me a moment here as I close some of these windows down. Because this will save you time. If I take an alert window, so if you're wondering if we have anything, okay, does Trade Ideas have anything that, you know, with RSI or bid ask, okay? So if I right click on an alert window, so instead of having to rely on myself or anybody else giving you the answer, if you right click on an alert window and then click search, type in bid, okay? There we go. So there's the bid, but you wanted spread. So type in spread. Just type it in and see what happens. There we go, spread. So we do have a filter for the spread. So you can add the filter, and if you want to have a spread of no more than say 5 cents, this is in pennies, so you put 5 or 10 cents or whatever that number is. Okay. Understand that at the time of the alert, let's just say you put 5 in here, okay? And you get an alert at the time of the alert, it is 5 cents. Doesn't mean that it's going to stay there. It could go from 5 to 10 cents, in a second. So it's not, but at the time of the alert, this criterion had to be satisfied. Okay. So again, if you're wondering whether we have anything, just go to an alert window, right click, configure, search. What do we have for RSI? That's what we have for RSI. If you don't see what you want for RSI here, you're out of luck. In other words, if you want like a 10-minute RSI, we don't have it. When the company started in 2003, boy, almost 20 years ago, what they They figured, and I think correctly, most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So what they try to do was create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could create the scans from what they from all the alerts and filters they have. But they pick these, these time frames as an example with RSI. Because we do get the question, oh, well, I want an RSI 10-minute RSI. We don't have it, sorry. MACD, here's what we have for MACD. If you want like a 7-minute MACD cross above zero or below zero, we don't have it. Okay, so you don't see it here, we don't have it. So that's what I would do. You're wondering, rather than having to ask me, maybe I missed the question, you can do a lot of this yourself just by doing the search. And that's not, certainly I'm not dumping on you, Ethan. This is just, again, just general. All right, guys, I want to just make sure it is Steve in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. Okay, yeah, he says he'll be there, assuming his system doesn't crash. He's had some issues the last couple of times he's on his Thursday stint of his program crashing. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Otherwise, I'll have to stay there. Wow. And I say wow because this is my wife's company and it's doing really well. STN, Stantec, Canadian company. Doesn't trade very much on the US exchange, but all right, guys. Let's see what is happening here now. Wow, look at this Neptune. Wow. NEPT, look at this move here. I'm sure somebody was talking about it. I probably missed that, but look at NEPT. Another low float, 6.5 million in the float. NEPT, is this a medicinal and botanical? Are they, is this cannabis? No, it's not cannabis. See if there's any news. Ah, here we go. So there was some news, guys. That hit at 11:36 that I can see in my IB headlines. And this is what it says. Their sprouts are available in 27,000 doors versus 18,000. And also, I think it says something about Walmart. So sales have outperformed Walmart's expectations by over 150%. Now, this is where we look at the NEPT going though, guys. I mean, this is just, now you think, oh man, I missed it. Well, maybe on this move here, but what if it pulls back? Okay. I mean, it is just ripping here. I'm not in it. But if you're looking for active, and this came out of nowhere, guys. I mean, I don't think Neptune had even shown, because look what it was doing. Look what it was doing. It was doing nothing. And then all of a sudden out of nowhere. That is really the beauty of this thing also, because sometimes you just see something that is ripping that we haven't seen at all. You don't have to have a scan, a separate scan for anything like that. It's going to show up here more than likely. You don't have to have an alert window. And now it's halted, yes. Yeah, it's 1, 2 here also. Boy, this is a mess. Oh, sorry, Ron. Yeah. You asked that question about the flipping. Yeah, so that's just an easy way instead of having to construct a scan from scratch. So, if I'm looking for, well, like this one, okay, the biggest gainers from the open. If I open the top list, okay, and then the way you do this is you will duplicate it, okay, because you don't want to mess with the original top list. And now I can take this and now I can right click, configure and flip. So what is flip going to do? Let's back up. It's just a time saver. It'll flip what can be flipped. Obviously you cannot flip a price range. You cannot flip a volume, but you can flip this. The price was up at least 2% from the previous close. You can flip that to being down 2% from the previous close. Okay. So is what it is just a time saver. I mean, in this particular scan, there are not too many filters in place, but you might have a scan with, 10 filters in place and 5 of them are flippable. So when I flip it, see now it says where the price was down at least 2%. Okay, and then I would give it another name. Instead of biggest gainers, I would give it another name, maybe biggest losers from the open. Okay, and then you say okay. So that's what flip does. It'll flip whatever filters can be flipped. Oh man, you know what? Okay guys, Indo and Husa are going crazy. They used to trade together, kind of. Back in the day, you see this, you see that move right there on that daily chart for Husa? That'll be, I think, the same day as Indo. Look, same day, Indo and Husa. And I think there was one other one that it was that Mexican, was it MEXC? I got that right? No, somebody will know. What is that Mexican one? MXC, thank you, MXC. So let's see if that one is moving. Come on. Okay, see what happened? See? No, it's not moving though. So maybe it's lagging, guys. It might be lagging. But you can see exactly back here in that the daily chart, that's exactly the same time that the other one, the Indo and the Husa did this. So maybe the MXC is lagging. MARPS was the other one, yeah. MARPS was the other one. You can see MARPS did the same sort of thing. MARPS. All right, guys, I asked and I'm now receiving. So what'll happen is if you're new and you say load something from a race from our channel bar, it'll now have the top 10. Okay, I asked her on that. I said, I think you got to have the top 10 as opposed to it looking like this. I think that's awful. Okay, that's my opinion anyway. I think it's much easier to show the top 10 winners and just concentrate on a top 10 list for the day. Yeah, this drug is not over. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. And I could not be in it. Well, it's 11:45. When I take my break, I would never be in a stock like this for me, unless I'm going to sit. Yeah. When I take a break, I do that video. I usually do about a 10-minute warm up. So I'm not really leaving and then I sit back down. But, I could not realistically take a trade like this. Meanwhile, NEPT resumed, and now GSUN just got halted on the way down. GSUN, MVIS. Yeah, there's a pop for MVIS. Let's see, did it show up here? I'm surprised if it didn't. And another, the theme, guys, low float, 6.5 million in the float. The scan does not have a low flow filter, but again, for something to typically, right now, I mean, since the race started, it's up 20%. Since the race started at 4 minutes ago, it's up 20%. So if you want stocks that are moving, if you're that sort of a trader, this is an awesome scan. Oh, that's right. You asked that earlier. Sava. Right now it is 83,000. 83,000 shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I can't, when you ask that question, I don't know. But right now, 83,000. Oh, so Mike, were you answering Alan when you said no, there are not? So obviously there's been some short covering. If that was the response you were giving Alan, no, there are not. Right now there are 83,000. Lauren, wow, okay. How am I gonna help? Boy, not shortable for me, NEPT, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh boy, it's going to be hard to help. Oh man. All right, I'm trying to help Lauren. This is going to be a tough one though, because she can't hear me. So she's saying it's not loading, and I don't know how I can help. Hey, Sandy, what did you say your fibs were for drug? I think you put them earlier, or are they still valid? 388, 485, 582. Okay. What did it get up to? It almost got up to that for, oh, 388. Okay, 485 almost got up to the 488. All right, guys. So Steve should be in our room in about 5 minutes in the YouTube room. So what I'm going to do is I will put the YouTube link in and you can take a look and you can head over there. He's not there yet. Ah, that was a race scan, maybe. Oh, Pepe, if that's the reason, then yeah, that's the reason. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Never thought of that. Oops. Boy, my typing skills. Well, it depends what you mean by support, Ollie. Like what sort of support are you looking for? I mean, no, I mean, the YouTube room is taken over by another trader in about 5 minutes from now. Okay. We have five traders, 5 days of the week. So today is Steve Gomez. I mean, you can ask him questions, but what sort of questions are you looking for? Or what sort of questions do you have? I mean, I can certainly try to help. Depends what sort of support you're looking for. Okay. I just want to get my announcement here. Okay. I'm still here. Just waiting for Steve to show up. Hmm. Well, he may have a little more experience. You can okay. I mean, it depends what is not working exactly. So you did make sure the account was selected, and are you convinced that because you're talking about trying to trade your own strategy, right? So you did make sure that the account is a simulated trading default. And what about that limit offset? Are you is it trying to take a trade, at a price, but you've got your limit offset at say 2 cents and it's not able to execute the trade? It's a market order. Yeah, I don't know if Steve's going to be able to help you also. Okay, so Chris Varley is really good at stuff like that. So what I would do is I'm not. He uses this a lot more than I do. And there might be so if you go to support at trade-ideas.com, tell them that Chris is there and just tell them, hey, listen, I have a strategy that's supposed to go off at the market, which I don't agree with. I don't think you should. That is not the way I think you would trade normally, Ollie. Okay, at least I don't think you should trade like that. I mean, hopefully that makes sense. I mean, like, why are you going in at market order? I mean, it's just is it can be very dangerous. Auto trading, as I understood it, auto trading is available in the simulation for simulation. You can do auto trade your own account or your own strategies in simulation mode. That's what I was told anyway. And there is Mr. Gomez.
Hello.
Okay, listen, I've got both fingers crossed, all my toes are crossed. Okay, so
Y-
I'll hang around for another couple of minutes to make sure.
You can hear me though, right?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
I
let
can
me
hear you
share
loud
the
and clear.
old screen here. All right. And I will just always monitor the StreamYard feed here since we've got other platforms being broadcast to.
How are we doing this, by the way, in terms, I mean, I can monitor YouTube on the comments, but is like what's happening on Facebook? I mean, are there any comments on Facebook or the other ones?
No, there I haven't seen any, but they do. We're now simulcasting to Twitter and Facebook and other things. So I do see you in the morning when I wake up and I get a notification on my Facebook app.
Well,
And
true, but what if we get comments? I mean, obviously in YouTube,
they
we can
should
answer
come.
all these questions.
They should be coming through the StreamYard chat. Pretty sure they are.
Oh, you mean, okay, so I have, maybe I'm confused because I think all I have is the YouTube chat. So I don't know if it's gathering everything. I,
Watch this.
I, I don't think I've seen anything from any other, from Facebook
I'm
or,
going to go to Facebook right now. and I'm going to type a message.
Okay.
And let's see if it shows up in StreamYard. There it is. See that? See how it showed up in StreamYard? Chat?
Okay, let me see if it shows up on the pop out. We see, I don't,
And it has
I
a
think
little
you know what
F
I'm,
underneath it. It says test. It has my name and it
yes,
has a little
no.
Facebook.
Okay, that means I have to have that window open also. What I do is I just pop out in the YouTube chat
Yeah, yeah, I used to do
and
that
so,
too.
oh, I see.
Well,
Okay,
I'll monitor this one today and see if there's any simulcast
okay.
chats that we're missing.
Yeah, well, I'm just actually scanning right now. I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see any from earlier. Okay, sounds like you're okay.
Sounds like it. We'll see. Wish me
Okay,
luck.
okay. Good
Bye,
luck. Bye.
everybody. Let me grab my tool here. What is it? Epic Pen. There's my favorite tool. All right, I'll pop that over here. Why do boomers love credit so much? My neighbor acts like he's better than everybody, but he's secretly up to his ass in loans. Yeah, Tyrone. Well, our economy's been built on credit. Mike C, hello. You're watching NEPT. So boy, did I get a gift this morning. I've been positioned in this mind med for a while, pretty heavily actually, and I had no intentions of selling the opening gap. This is literally just a stock coming on the radar now, and that's been an investment for me forever. So I'm not going to really worry about how much of the gap it fills. Yeah, it's now on the radar for people. I'm just going to let it work. Again, it's an investment in my 401k. I'm not going to trade it. But anyway, here we are on a Thursday. If you guys have anything that you want to talk about, let me know. Sure. Okay, so the Market Explorer, which I'm not even watching right now because I'm not taking on a whole lot of new positions. Why? Because the Qs and the S&P, more so the S&P right here, okay? Here we go. This is a giant wall of resistance and selling after a pretty big move. All right. I'm just managing current positions and taking profits and manage what I can. I'm really not interested in taking brand new positions right here. Maybe I'm wrong, but my gut tells me to try and anticipate a big push through this 200-day without much pullback or out much consolidation could be wishful thinking. So I'm not taking a lot of new positions, if any. I did have a great trade yesterday in the BWV, and this is making me a believer in the races. I'll get to your question, I promise. But basically, I was clicking through my chart winners races. BWV is a high short float, and it was showing it had won 6 or 7 races. And so I clicked on it, and this is what it looked like right there. Didn't even take me 2 seconds to realize I want to be in this. Why? Well, you guys know, gap up, opening blast, sideways action, good volume. The 10 SMA forces the hand of early consolidation like this. So I didn't even think twice about it. So point is, I'm really warming up to these races. I've been day trading some things. I probably couldn't have traded this any better yesterday. I had 3 nice sells, basically there, and there. And on these types of trades, I wasn't waiting to just pull it up and hit market order. No, I was looking left and putting in limit orders and letting the price come up and hit me. There's no better feeling than letting somebody come up and fight over what you've got to offer and you get your price. Because usually if it's extended, you're going to get a red bar right after it, and you're kind of happy that you got these off. So with these types of trades, I'm not waiting for things to roll over and break. I'm getting in and then I'm laddering out on strength, putting limit orders out there and letting them come up and hit me. All right, so back to the question. Market Explorer. I'm not using it as much as I could. Again, because I said I'm not looking for a whole lot of new trades right now. But let's go and take a look at the 10 SMA strategy. So we're going to have 2 now, 10 SMA daily and 10 SMA intraday. So let's go to the daily here and see if anything loads. What about 10 SMA intraday? All right, so phase was intraday, and phase was pulling back and tagging the 10 SMA. Why do I not have more data in here? I'm kind of surprised. More than one stock. Select strategy, 10 SMA daily. Okay, there we go. Let's start looking at some of these dailies here. Oh, beautiful. These are beautiful setups, and I probably should be trading them. But again, something's stopping me from taking new positions, and it's this right here. It's this giant brick wall after a giant move. I just don't feel like the odds are in my favor to start loading up on new longs again. However, the question is this 10 SMA play. So Michael is really onto something here. We're using Market Explorer and Michael's math skills to really try and find strong stocks that are pulling back to their 10 on both the daily and the 15. So array, perfect. Look at this. I mean, I would probably buy this, but I'm not really into buying. What is this? Is this pharmaceuticals? No. Solar. Okay, so this is a solar manufacturer. Really nice chart, but if the market fails, this may not hold. We're also below this 5-day moving average here in blue, so I'm going to pass on that, but let's just look at these again. A beautiful tag of the 10 SMA on the NTNX, okay? This was today. So these are the only two that came in today, ARI and NTLX. Yesterday, the 17th. Okay, there's that green bar on the 17th holding the 10 SMA, but look, it's getting a little sloppy. It's not really holding. Same with this one. Yesterday was on, but not holding. Same with this one on there yesterday, but just giving us trouble. However, this one yesterday did move, DEN, and that was yesterday. Now we're back to a week ago. So you got to pay attention to the dates on here. But the constant idea is strong stocks consolidating and tagging their 10 daily SMA on the daily. And if we go back to the 10 SMA play intraday, it looks like all we really have is phase, because this is an intraday play, so it's probably not wise. They're not going to be showing us intraday plays from yesterday. But I'm surprised there's not more than one on there. I'm actually going to ask Michael, what's the deal there? 1 second. Let's see what he says. So hopefully that helped, Perfect Circle. I mean, those are some great looking scans, but I'm just not interested in the bigger picture right now in the backdrop of the market. MindMed is basically going to try and fight to stay above $1, it looks like. You know, it ran right into the 200-day, exploded through, and now it looks like it's just going to hang out here and fight for that $1 level is kind of what I'm thinking. But this is just the first day. I'm not interested in taking profits on that. I want to let it work. All right, Bradley, hello. Yes, that's a good question, Bradley. Let me find the actual visual. Let me find the actual visual. One sec. I know it's here somewhere. Hang on 1 second, because I do want to show you. It's a good question. All right, I'm just going to bring this over. Just pop it in there so you can see it. Somebody had asked me, well, how can I find BWV on the scans? And I said, well, matter of fact, I found it today. I found it by using the races, and it was a leader. Okay, we're showing top 10 winners, like Barry says, so you can come back to this list at any time. And during the day when I clicked it, there's my buy right there. Disregard these. This was for a video on simulation trading, but this was a real trade. that I simulated also and mirrored it in this account. So you can see there's my consolidation wedge. Right when I pulled it up, bought a full lot. Okay, I just bought 1,000 shares, and then I laddered out of it in thirds. Sold 300 on that push, sold 300 on that push, sold 300 on that push. I still have 100 shares that is just trailing around and not doing anything, but that's the proper way for me, at least, to feel like I got the most out of a good trade. And you ladder out because you never really know, is this going to be the top? So there's a great saying, you've got to pay yourself when you're hooked up on a good trade and it starts ripping to new highs and everybody's starting to pay attention. You need to start feeding some out and look at that as paying yourself. If you don't pay yourself, you do what I did the other day, which was let a complete round trip turn around on me, and I didn't take any profits. It was APRN, and no, it wasn't APRN. It was another one. That was phase. Yeah, it was phase. Horrible trade in phase. I got greedy here. I should have started laddering out on the next day, but I got greedy. I started thinking it was going to be a meme stock and it was going to really run. And I just held on. And then before you know it, I had to just get out for a flat. So I watched, basically $2,000 just sit there and laugh at me because I didn't get out. So I learned my lesson, was very upset with myself, but I think I made up for it here in this BWV yesterday by taking a good position and laddering out, not sticking around for the following day, except the 100 shares I currently have, and it doesn't even bother me. But yeah, starting to focus more on day trading for this reason alone, because the stocks, I'm sorry, the races are really, really bringing a good attention to some good intraday moves. I haven't been day trading for a long time, so this is actually kind of bringing me back to it a little bit. Ladder out. Yes, Bradley. So yeah, I try not to add as it's going up. I try to get my full load. Like let's say it's pulling back and I get in some and it's not really doing a whole lot and it pulls back and then I decide, well, I'm going to grab my full load here. But once it starts running, I'm not going to chase it. I'm going to start getting in sell mode and putting my sell hat on. Day trading versus swing. I don't really know what the question is, but I can tell you I've been a swing trader for over 12 years now. Yeah, maybe longer. I just don't have the bandwidth mentally to day trade like Barry does and babysit all these trades in and out. I prefer the slower swing trade time frame. But what's happening is what I'm saying here is when you see money like that BWV trade yesterday, I didn't even hesitate. And so I'm starting to reprogram my brain that, hey, it's okay to jump into some stuff and get out by the end of the day. Because even though I haven't done it in the past, this new tool has now made it a hell of a lot easier to trust, see something, buy it, and then move on with my day and just kind of check into it rather than going through scans, trying to find something that actually might move. And again, when you use this type of tool, ADGI, let's say you're watching AD, just a nice looking daily chart. Okay, it broke out. Not going to trade it up here, but gosh, I just pulled it up here. If it just comes back a little bit more and tags that close to that 10 SMA, I would buy it. Now, again, I'm not going to buy anything today, but I'm showing you guys the workflow of how you could use these races. The idea is to not pull the stuff up and chase it. The idea is to put this stuff on your radar. And like I just did with ADGI, I'm looking for a real-time alert if it comes back down and gets close to this 10 SMA. If I was looking for a trade, I might take that. DM, what's this thing doing? Well, it's consolidating. It's also broken out. You could take a chance here. But the point is, we go over here to EDBL. No, you should not be chasing green bars like this. You should look left and say, well, geez, if it comes back down to this area, I might be interested, so I'll set a price alert. So what I'm saying is don't chase these things. Use them as ideas and keep track of them all day long. And if you happen to see something like BWV like I saw yesterday, that looks like that right there, that's a money setup. Giant volume, 10 SMA, pushing the price higher in the first half of the day. There's still a lot of potential energy in there. All right. Hey guys, let me grab something to drink. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Needed some water. Let's catch up here. Tusk, old Fleetwood Mac song, USC band. Okay, so let's look at this for a second. If I go to the daily chart here, what are we seeing? We're seeing a nice push higher with sideways action, no pullback in price, hanging out and loitering on the 10 SMA, and then it went. Um, nice looking chart. I mean, hopefully you were in it early. There's your one pullback right there, close to the 10 SMA, and it's moving higher. We got great relative volume. Nice looking chart. Energy, oil and gas is having a good day because there's oil and gas is the leader of our sector. Oh, no, semis are the leader of the sectors today. Not a bad looking chart. Bradley, day trading versus swing. I don't know if I already answered that, but that's an interesting question. That was the question, day trading versus swing. Well, depends on your risk tolerance. Depends on, do you have there's a DGI. So if I was looking to find something on the race, I could log in right now and take this entry and lean on that rising 10 SMA. That's how I would do it, but I'm not doing it. You got to first figure out what your tolerance is. Do you have only one focus and that focus is the market? Well, then maybe you might want to be a day trader. If you've got other things going on throughout the day, like I do, I'm constantly being pulled in 5 different directions around here. I can't focus on 6-day trading positions. I might have one in there or one or two, but I focus on swing trade. So it allows me to pull back, do other things, kind of keep one eye on my positions. I have a plan for every single stock, knowing where my out is. It's not a hard stop. I don't give them that information. It's in use a price alert, or typically I try to wait for the end of the day to decide if I want to get out of a swing trade based on the way the daily candle is now closing. Can't tell you how many times I've gotten out of a good swing trade in the middle of a day because they flushed it and I didn't wait for the close to see if it could reverse or not. Because there's a lot of that going on out there. That's how the algorithms pretty much run these markets. They're constantly shaking the trees and seeing if they can make enough noise to get people separated from their positions. So it really starts with you. What's your tolerance, day trading versus swing? I'll tell you, day trading was a lot easier 20 years ago. Once the algorithms came into play, it makes day trading harder. And that's another reason I switched to swing trading, because the algorithms aren't as much of a factor in my swing trading. Why? Because the width, the range is much wider, and they can't come in and do 50-cent jam downs and jam ups and frustrate the day traders. That doesn't bother me because I'm giving my swing trade a lot of wiggle room. So there's that concept as well. Day trading is probably a little bit more difficult. It can be difficult, but with these races, it's making it a lot easier because we're finding the action. But the point is, algorithms are extremely noisy in the intraday time frame. They will move around for no reason whatsoever to try and whip people out who have a tight 10, 20-cent stop. I don't have those types of stops as a swing trader, so I prefer that more lenient, slower paced move. And then every now and then you wake up and you get a really nice move and you're already in it. Well, then you start laddering out like I was doing before in the other trade. Can you share your swing trading layout? What I would share, everything on here, a lot of the stuff is just watch lists and other things. This is a really good scan right here. And I'm also running the race off of it. So this is nothing more than a bunch of short squeezes right now. These are all high short float stocks. I can give that short float scan, I'll call it. Gives you all the ideas of stocks that are on here that have really high short float. Let's go through a few of them here. So APRN was a good one. It was actually the secondary trade of the week call. The first trade of the week didn't work, but if you read through the actual email and the video, APRN was an also ran to keep an eye on. Neg, wow, look at this thing. What a disgusting reversal that is. Giant gap up and then just completely sell off. This is really hard action to try and play. HRTX, big squeeze last week, but you might want to keep an eye on this one. Maybe we come in and we put a look at the low of this day right about there and see if the algorithms want to squeeze that low and see if there's any stops. At the same time, you have the rising 10 SMA. that could be an interesting entry because going forward, the short float is extremely large on this one still. So HRTX could have a secondary push next week. Keep an eye on that one. So again, these scans are all just sorted by high short float. Everything in dark green is going to have a very high short float. And I just go through and I look for consolidations or pullbacks. Big lots, interesting. Okay, so what this thing could do, it's got 37% short the float. It could start to do something like that. And then when the moving average comes up, that could be a buy. There's no one right way to just swing trade. There's no entry that says buy this here and hold for 3 days. It's hard, especially in this market. This market, things juggle really quick. One day, one sector's strong, and then the next day it reverses and the other sector's strong. It's hard to get a lot of follow through. How would you implement the race into swing trading? Well, one of the ways I was doing it earlier is I take my sector ETF and I run a race based on the change from the open. So every day in the first 20 or 30 minutes, I might be watching the sector ETF race to just give me an idea of who's going to pop out from the open. So change from the open today was SMH and OIHs. So early on in the day, they were probably leading those races. So what that would do as a swing trader is just kind of focus my attention on a top-down sector approach. Indo was one of those crazy meme stocks that went today. Well, OIHs are on the board. So semis and oil and energy, okay, if you run a race early on the day, you'll start to identify the top 3 or 4 sectors on the day, and that gives you a good head start knowing when certain alerts start to come out or certain stocks start to show up on the races. Oh, hey, that's part of this sector that's extremely strong today. You really have to pay attention to the top 3 or 4 sectors every day to give you the bigger picture. So, are you long something that's the weakest sector of the day? Well, you're fighting the current. Are you long something that's long, that's the strongest sector of the day? Well, guess what? Your canoe is pointed downstream with the current, and that should help give you additional confidence in managing your trades. How would you implement? Okay, so that's how I would implement the race into swing trading, Ethan. I mean, without a doubt, the swing trading is definitely showing us the action today. But that doesn't mean that something that's running today, you can't trade half of a day trade and then hold overnight for a swing trade on the other half to see if there's any follow through. Every now and then you'll get something like this BWV that just didn't follow through at all. So it's a constant method adjustment to make things the way you want to see them. What works for other people don't work for me. I know a lot of great traders who don't even use the same indicators I use. Brian Shannon uses anchored VWAP extremely well. HCPG guys on Twitter, they use Bollinger Bands very well. It doesn't matter. There's no one right way to do it. You just got to find something that works where you can start to spot correlations and create your own edge and confidence. Do you put any kind of pullback or consolidation into the scan itself? It depends on what scan you're talking about. With the short squeeze scan, no, there is no pullback or consolidation. I have to go through, like I said a minute ago, and I have to find things that are looking interesting, and then from there create a possible price alert to alert me that something could be happening. Like this APRN, it's getting close to this 5-day moving average here too. So it's a case by case basis, really. However, Ron, as we went through again on the new Market Explorer, this does look for consolidation. Okay, Michael has created. Let's do the 10 SMA play daily because there were more examples on there. Well, there we go. Okay, so beautiful. This is the question. Here is consolidation, and these Market Explorer 10 SMA plays daily and on the 15-minute, they're looking for strength followed by consolidation. So that's already kind of programmed for you into that one. I have not had a whole lot of luck just trying to use the basic parameters and filters that are on the rack to find every single perfect setup that looks like that. But it's a hell of a good start. And then let's go to the intraday again here and see if there's anything more. Okay, so we got a couple more now. This is probably what I would recommend for you on the intraday stuff. Okay, I know we had phase on there earlier. Maybe I have to keep this window open. There's no history, but SOXL, strong stock. And guess what? Semiconductor. What did we just talk about? Semiconductor, strong. Strong stock, strong sector. 10 SMA play just alerted us to the fact that it pulled back and kissed the 10 SMA. That's an entry. Getting some more stuff coming through here. Let's take a look. Zim, pulling back, touching. There was one that was on there a second ago. It popped on and off. I couldn't click it in time. So rather than trying to create, who asked that question? Ron, rather than trying to create something from scratch, I would check these two scans out. A lot of interesting stuff going on there. Let's see, we can probably open two at the same time. So we would go symbol, daily, and intraday. What I should probably start doing, and I think I'm going to do it, I'm probably going to replace some scans that I'm not using a whole lot of. Probably these two up here. And I might just start monitoring these ideas. I don't believe we can columns. Oh, I don't want to duplicate columns. Can we adjust those columns? Yes, we can. Looks like so I could take some of that data out there if I don't want it. But was it Zim? I think we already did Zim. Oh, it was Marvell. That's the one I didn't see. Marvell. What does Marvell look like? Same thing. Marvell, another semiconductor stock, reached up, pulled back, kissing the 10 SMA. This is a scan that will help you not chase things. Okay, if you're wrong on these entries, they don't hurt as much as if you chased a brand new high and then pulled back and then wondered, why the hell didn't I wait for a pullback to the SMA? So these two scans are probably, going to be pretty good. And again, I am not using these up there. So I may just do this right now. Let's see here. What columns? Percent off highs. I don't want that. Position in 20 days range. I don't want that. Let's see if that cleans that up a little bit. A little bit. I could even take today's volume out of there because I don't need to see that. So let's do this. Volume today, I don't care. All right, so now we just have a very simple little scan. And I'm going to put this guy like, put him right there. Shrink that. Then I'll take this one. Don't want that extra information. Now I've got this guy, the 10 SMA intraday. I'll put my intraday up there. I didn't mean to do that. There it is. Okay, just want to grab that. There we go. Okay. I am going to now save this as my new layout. I'm going to find more value in those two Market Explorer scans than I would have with the old ones that I haven't used in weeks. Save layout, default layout, overwrite, yes. So yeah, I'm going to pay more attention to what's going on up there. There's definitely value. There is no cloud to share with you guys. So again, if you want this, it's under new, premium Market Explorer window. And then I'm using the right click, two windows I'm using, SMA Daily, 10 SMA, and SMA Play, which is the intraday off the 15. So again, that 15, these are stocks that are strong on the day, pulling back and kissing the 10 SMA. and it just went blank. So there's stuff coming and going all the time in this window. Looks like. Okay, onward. Let's see. Probably got behind here. Okay, that was for Ron. Teddy, do you have any tips on handling, not getting wicked out of a trade? Yes, I do. What's your time frame? What's your time frame on these? Because my only tip is when you're in these trades. Let me see if I can find a good example here. I'll use BVW from yesterday. All right. Notice. Well, let me just explain. My rule is as follows. The stock is going higher and it will hold momentum as long as the candle closes. It's not a wick, it's not a trade. And this is what I imagine is happening. Did the 15-minute candle close under? No, it didn't. In these three cases, you had a couple of red candles that popped down. People probably got scared and, as you call it, wicked out. So what I do to try and avoid that is I use my 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, and I wait and see for the first candle that closes below. Well, that's pretty close right there, but this candle here definitively closed below. Now, I don't know if that worked or not, but that's the rule that I follow. And then you can see it did go up and go higher, but it was the end of the day. That's really the only hard, fast rule that I use. And the same thing goes on the daily chart. I try not to get wicked out. I think I mentioned earlier, I've had more bad swing trading exits by panicking midday and selling rather than waiting for the close of day to see if it reverses. For instance, I'm in Wayfair right now. I'm in W right now. Perfect example. Did I want to get out here on this day? Yeah, I did, but I said, well, let's wait and see how it closes. I've been in this thing for 4 days now, and I'm going to stay in this thing as long as the daily candle doesn't close below the 10 SMA. I can tell you right now, if we get into the close today and this candle rolls over and closes at or near lows and breaks that 10 SMA, I'm gone. I'm gone at 5 minutes before the bell because likely it wants to come down and test the 20 as a backstop, and I don't want that. I want to lock in whatever profits I have, which aren't much right now. So getting wicked out of a candle, the answer is wait for the candle to close, whether it's a 15-minute or a daily. Do your best to try and stay and see what the end of the closing candle is going to look like. That's my only advice, and that's how I do it. Doodle, could you set up a race with the major sectors? Yeah, so right here, I have my sector, and this is my own private symbol list. You'd have to create your own symbol list. And I can give you this scan, but you're going to have to add your own symbols and your own ETFs. Call up my sector list. Here's the shell of what it looks like. It's got change from the open, which is important. So what I would do, set up a race. Okay, so we're setting up a race. We go launch real-time race. I would show the setup. The way I would probably do it is I would do 5-minute races. Maybe 20 cars. We're out on the open with 20 cars, 20 stocks to see how many will actually be competing to show who's the strongest. Very important right here, change from the open. You've got to select change from the open because this will show us stocks that gap up and continue to move higher. We don't want to see stocks or sectors that gap up and start crapping back down. We don't care about those. And then delta value is the sort, which gives you, we'll just let it run here. So it gives you the idea of the strongest ones remaining on top and the weakest ones remaining on the bottom. So it's kind of a slow race here, change from the open. There's not a whole lot going on. We're kind of midday now, but this is a great tool to use on the open. So why don't I just give you these saved settings, and then you can run this opening sector scan, open sector race scan, and then I'll pop that in there for you. So hopefully that answers your question, Doodle Dumb. Mick, do you use pre-market and post-market highs and lows when considering intraday potential? You know what? I don't. I really don't. And there's nothing wrong with doing it. If anything, it's probably good to do it. It just gives you one more level of interest. But I can't stand having pre and post market on my charts. I like clean charts with regular session hours. And I kind of use the levels that I see on the intraday and the daily during regular hours. Of course, it's a bonus if something that you're in turns around and takes out pre-market highs. Yes, that's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with knowing that. But for me, it's just one more data point that I don't really use. I try to keep it simple, not too many thoughts in my head, not too many scenarios. Just look at the charts, look at the closing candles on the daily long-term stuff for my swing trade. Look at how it's handling on the intraday, especially if I'm trying to take profits. It's a good question, Mick, and it's nothing wrong with doing that. And we do have a filter for that. Let's go ahead and examine that. I'm seeing some red in the market. What's going on here? Yeah, some spies. So let's say we want to create a new alert, something super simple. Okay, got a new high. All this stuff doesn't matter. We want new high. Change from the close 1% maybe. But how would we know when that new high is crossing pre-market? So we go pre-market. It's called above pre-market low or below pre-market high. Let's try below pre-market high. It's kind of a weird configuration, but watch this. So we take that filter, and if we put -1 in the maximum, -0.01, watch how it reads. The price is at least a penny above today's pre-market high. So therefore, that's the correct setting. Below pre-market high, but we're using an inverse value on the maximum, which is only showing us things above the pre-market high. And so if I was to launch that, we could take a look and cross-reference here. Go to DRIV. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to pre-market. And there it is. There's the pre-market high right there. And with this new high, DRIV just came and crossed that pre-market high. I'm happy to share this setting so you don't have to figure that out yourself. And you can create more filters and work on it. So we'll call this new high above pre-market high. You can give it its own title too. That's just a working starting point for Mick and anybody else that wants it. Oh man, I'm way behind. RL and Sony for swing. Let's take a look at some charts. Let's get rid of this disgusting pre-market that I hate. RL looks pretty bunched up, but it's holding above its averages. It's neutral on the RL. Sony has a shot. I like the way it's kind of setting up there. So what I would do is I'm going to put a price alert right there. If it breaks above that congestion, I will know about it. Let's close that. NEPT, I don't look at 1 minute price charts, Mike. That's another thing that's just too fast for me. 15 minutes is as slow as I go. Yeah, not bad. It's had a pretty good move, 120%. What are you going to do from here? Wondered if you could put that filter into the A table, but I guess not. Was it above pre-market high? No, because it has to be tied to that event, Ron. It has to be tied to the event. All you could do is really just put those on your charts, the pre-market data on your chart, and then click through the A table one by one to see. And if you see something that looks like it's getting close to a pre-market high, well then, let's find something, for example. Okay, let's find something that's working. It's not going to be one. Okay, apron, you could say apron properties, show pre-market high. Boy, that's way back here. So if you liked it, you could go and just create a price alert on your own by setting it at the pre-market high. But you are correct. The T windows don't have that option for that filter because it's tied to an event. I'm thinking, let's just double check and make sure. I've never tried it. So we go right click, configure. search pre-market. Yep, it's not in there. It's only going to see if I go position in pre-market range. We have that. Below, okay, below pre-market highs. Okay, so it is there. Let's see what happens here. Add filter. Below pre-market high, if we do the negative 0.01, probably going to take away a lot of stuff, but let's see what happens. Okay, so it looks like it works. But for me, I still want to see all those names. But that filter seems to have worked. If I can get a chart to come up. SRG, properties, pre-market. Yeah, it's above its pre-market high. So it can be done. I shouldn't have said it can't be done. It can be done, but I like it more with what I dropped in there. A new high. It just took out a new high of the pre-market, and I'd rather see a complete list of all the short squeezes in here without adding a pre-market. So I turned that one off, but it looks like you can do it. And there I'm back to my full list of ideas. All right, let me catch up here. Okay, you were talking 5-minute intervals there, Teddy. Gotcha. Exactly. Mike C's are correct. The price alerts themselves are an alert. It's how you identify something that is shaping up the way you want it and when you want to see it. So the T windows, like the A table, they're really a 1-2 punch. Even the racing can be a 1-2 punch, as I said. You know, smile. Okay, maybe this is probably a good buy right here, you guys. Actually, I don't want to buy anything, but I'm tempted. I am tempted on this one. It's pulled back 3 days. It pierced the 10-day SMA. It's held its intraday here. But I don't think I'm going to do it. But that's attractive. So my point being is you go through on these. Let's say if I was really ambivalent and I wanted to wait for more, the point being, guys, price alerts are a 1-2 punch. Add the price alerts in conjunction with your races and your top list, and you'll never miss a moment that you need to see in real time. We're probably going to get triggered on this as we speak. But I've got too much to do. I can't take any new positions on right now. Yeah, so Ron, I'm going to show you what you're going to have to do here. No problem. You're going to have to take that list. You're going to have to start with options, tools and options. Oops, I'm sorry. Tools and symbol list. And you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to create a new list. Just call it sectors or whatever. Then it'll be an empty list. I've done this before. It doesn't work well, but I'll copy all of the symbols that I have, but they don't come through very well. So where are you? ETF. Here's all my ETFs. There's 28 of them. So I can copy those and put those in, but there's no space in between when they come through. It's kind of a pain in the ass. So that being said, once you've done that, you add all of those symbols into your new folder that you created, empty. It would look like this. So you'd paste all those in there. Then you give that folder that name, like I told you, sector, whatever. So now that you've got your symbol list created in the tools and options, tools and symbol list, okay, create new list, give it a name and put all the symbols in there, ETFs. Step 2 is you've got to point this towards that. So you right click and go to configure on the sector watch list that's currently empty. And you have to go to symbol list. Mine's already here, and I've already checked it, as you saw, ETF, those 26 names. But what you have to do is you have to go find yours, find the one that you just made, and then enable it, and then you can check it. And that will transfer all those symbols that you created to only being scanned in this watch list that shows me change from the open and the strong sectors. Hopefully that helps. There is a user guide on the add and remove symbol list. If you need that, let us know and we can try and drop you a symbol list. This one just took off on the races, but you can't chase that. But look at how that consolidation right at that 10 SMA forced the issue higher. Hey, Dave, how's it going? Hopefully that helped around. Any good scan for cup and handles? Whew, that's a tricky one. It's the kind of thing that could be built on the Market Explorer, but I don't think we have it. I really don't think we would have that one. Relative strength, pattern recognition, bull and bear flag. That's a tough one because there's a lot of if, ands, and thens, and so I don't know if there's really a good cup and handle. But look at this thing take off, my gosh. 3 million float, that'll probably do it. Let's see, I'm still catching up here on questions. Cup and handle, good. I will be practicing my drums, Mike. I've been playing drums for about an hour every day after the market. And I can honestly tell you, I just keep getting better. And I'm saying that because that's what you should be doing in trading. If you're not an experienced trader, you should be pulling up your sim trader, your simulation trader, and using this to make trades. Using that to make trades and get familiar. It's like practicing on the range for golf, or it's like practicing instruments that I like to learn. There's no substitute for practice. There's no reason to jump into this market as a newbie and just start throwing money away. You really should be practicing first for at least a month. I know it sounds like a lot, but I'm trying to save you money. All right, looks like I did in fact catch up. Hopefully, Ron, that makes sense on the symbol list. What are you doing? Wayfair is a short squeeze play, trying to hold it basically flat, but I just keep looking at that short float, keep looking at this 10 SMA pullback. Like I said, at the end of the day, if this thing closes below its 10 SMA near lows down here, I'm going to get out. But as long as it continues to wick and bounce off the 10 SMA, there's our SDC. Probably should have bought it. No, I don't even have my browser open. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to crash. Probably regret not taking that trade. But a lot of times, you know, these short squeezes, it's sometimes they don't always turn out and regather steam and then go for a second round. They don't always do that. Case in point, BWV from yesterday. It's no fun. All right, looks like I'm caught. Oh, I forgot what I said was a pain in the ass, Ron. Maybe creating that symbol list. Oh, yes, the symbols. Gotcha. Yeah, there's no space in there. Just figure they're all, I think they're all 3-letter symbols in there. Yep, except for K-Web. K-Web's the only 4-letter symbol in there. Yep. Sorry, that couldn't work better. I mean, you can take a screenshot of this if you want, and then just, you know, type them in yourself. Either way, it's got to be done on your end. I can't do it for you. Ideally, in future releases, we are working on global shareable symbol lists that come through along with the cloud link, not just the settings, but also the symbol list if being used. What's Bed Bath & Beyond doing? So Bed Bath & Beyond got way ahead of itself. Anybody who held overnight got hammered hard. But look, it's finding support at my 5-day moving average here for the most part. We haven't really talked much about this session, but it's basically 130 candles, indicator, SMA, 130 periods. So 130 periods on a 15-minute chart divides perfectly into 5 trading days, 130 15-minute candles. So what you get is a smoothed out 5-day average on your intraday chart rather than trying to add another line to the daily chart, which just gets way too confusing. So much better way to look at the 5-day. So strong stocks that are in motion that don't want to come back and touch their 10-day usually will hold their 5-day. And again, I'm viewing that on my 15-minute time frame. Yes, that's correct, Teddy. Short float data does lag. And by lagging, what I means is it comes out twice a month. So short float data has kind of a 2-part component. And in this Weber, I'm long this Weber in another account. Weber barbecue, just like it looks like, okay? Short float 57%, but the important part is 17 million is a very small float. So when you see a giant number into a small float like this, if it was 217 million, it wouldn't have as much of an impact. But 17 million total circulation is very small. This number is probably not 57, it's probably lower now as they're working the shorts off. But the point is, yes, it is a broker survey that is only able to come out like twice a month. I mean, the government has a hard enough time just getting the Bureau of Labor and Statistics survey out, by the first Friday of the new month. A lot of surveying, a lot of number crunching. So now there are services out there that claim that they can look at the short float data and take the volume today and try and extrapolate how much of that short float may have been worked off with today's volume and anticipate what the next official reading might be. There could be some value in those services. I don't know. But they're only going to update twice a month because it's a survey. So, and I would also say the short float data can sometimes really be different depending upon who you're getting the source from. And I don't know why. So I would recommend if you're taking a trade, which I've already done on this one, I've already investigated. It looks like the short float consensus seems to be pretty close to that. You might want to go online and just search around in FinViz and Benzinga and a couple and just get some other quick confirmation points. And if you're seeing a discrepancy, like some are saying 28, some are saying 48, some are saying 28, some are saying 48, well, it's probably somewhere in the middle or something like that. It's one of the more difficult data points to nail down. It's extremely nebulous. Well, yeah, you could take that new high above pre-market. You could take it into a top list and you could run a race on it. I have not tried that yet, but you are certainly welcome to do so. It was literally only 5 or 6 days ago that I decided to start running races off of short squeezes because they started working. And I said, why am I not using a race on my short squeeze scan to try and show me what the real action is here, knowing that we've got some real good rocket fuel perhaps underneath it of panic shorts trying to get out. Barry dropped a link, high short interest. I don't think I've seen that one. Oh, that's the Benz. Is that the Benzinga? No. ICPT is on there, HRTX.
Yeah, let me pop in here, Steve. Yeah, so somebody in our the main room, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Somebody in the main room a while ago suggested this site. Now, it's not exactly what I was thinking it was because I thought it was a site that was actually comparing. You could see what Benzinga had, what
Oh,
Yahoo
yeah.
had. I saw something like that. However, at they try to give, but look at Bed Bath and Beyond as
Yeah,
an example, and like
yeah.
short interest of 47. Of course, we've got 102 or something.
Yeah, I looked
So I
around. I
mean,
saw the same thing on other sites at 48. So in my mind, it's 48.
yeah, it's not that 102, which causes people to wonder, well, how can something have a over 100%
Discrepancy.
short float? We know why, but I don't think that's correct as an example.
This is a
So,
good site.
but
I've not seen this.
yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, as I say, we do our best. As they say, the
Mm-hmm.
disclaimer, we do our best to scour and come up with what we think is an accurate short float
Good.
percent, and also the float, not just the float, but also the float itself, because
All right, so
that, of course.
I'm short Wayfair. We're showing 29%. This shows 28.5%. We're showing 70 million. This one's showing 72 million. So pretty darn close.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly.
But they're not all going to be that close. So you really need to do your own cross-referencing just to know for sure.
Exactly. So I keep hearing you turning yourself into a day trader. I love it, love it, love it. After 20 years of in the wilderness, or 12 years in the wilderness, or 20?
12, yeah. But
12 years. Okay.
that BWV yesterday got me really excited again about day trading, and there's been a couple others too. So I'm doing a hybrid. You know, if I have a day trade on, there's maybe only one or two, but the rest of them are still my swing positions.
Well, you know, it's funny, Steve. I mean, I'm rarely, I don't trade that much. I mean, I think people think I trade a lot. I may only take 4 or 5 trades a day, and I'm typically not in more than 2 at a time.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
I'm really, and even this is before moderating a room. You know, I wasn't like what I would call a super active trader. I tried to be highly, highly selective. And I, you know, now of course I have to be more because, you know, I can't have the intense concentration that usually is required to trade. So I have to be really, really selective when I'm doing my thing.
Well, I'll answer Teddy, then I got to run to the developers meeting.
Okay, yes.
There's no way to set an alert for when the data is released on those float changes. There's really nothing that we can do to be alerted to it. You just got to kind of catch it yourself and pay attention to it.
Yep. As Steve said, it's usually twice a month. So like the 15th and 31st, or 15th and 30th. Usually it's twice a month. Obviously, if the 15th or the 30th falls on a weekend, maybe it's the Friday before. But yeah, you just have to kind of keep track of it yourself. There's no other way that I know.
All right, I got to run.
But you can go. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
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 All right, guys. So I'm back in both rooms. Okay, let me get rid of my announcement. Okay, so now what is happening? So yeah, I didn't take it. I was on my break really, but that ACON just absolutely ripped. But look at this. I mean, it pulled right back. Low float, 3.7 million. That's why you've got to be awfully careful. But it pulls right back. I see edible has been, yeah, so, you know, it popped up, pulled back. Argument to be made, maybe, you know, around that 180 level. I keep wondering if that ENG is going to catch a bid later on in the day, okay? I mean, that was a massive pullback and actually went negative. So, I mean, the news, you know, again, it's eye-catching news, 25 million in the float, so not excessive. And, you know, the $20 million contract now, you know, it's a 5-year contract. So it's not like it's 20 million right now. I don't know. If you're asking me why, I have no idea. Actually, when this was happening, I thought maybe they announced the financing. Yeah, but I don't see it. I don't see a financing. But that is typically, you know, you get a move like that. Typically, that is a company announcing a financing, but not that I can see. Well, okay, if you think it's a bug, I mean, I can't recreate it because you've got your own sector, you've got your own symbol list, etc. So if you think it's a bug, go to support at trade-ideas.com and somebody will take a look, okay? One of the things that is very difficult for me to do in the trading room, if somebody asks for some kind of a scan that requires custom formulas and all that, it's not that I can't do it. It just takes too much time, and I can't spend 15 or 20 minutes trying to come up with something and moderate a room at the same time, keep the room flowing. So same thing with software. If I like a bug that you think is happening, if I cannot recreate it almost immediately, it's very difficult for me to help. Yeah, how is that Neptune doing? NEPT? Yeah, I mean, this looks like a post special, a pullback, and now maybe a lift. My issue, of course, is always going to be that three, that whole number of three. But what did it get up to? It got up to 347. So, and it's a low float, 6.5 million in the float. So yeah, so they had the Walmart. Be nice if Walmart would confirm this, but they're saying that outperformed Walmart's expectations by more than 150%. I'm not trying to doubt them. Oh yeah, Jamie, you can create as long as you can put it into a top list. You have to put the symbol list, you have to attach it to a top list, but then you can create your race. The question in our YouTube room, I'm a little confused. From a symbol list, can you create a race? You just have to attach the symbol list to a top list. Okay, so you create your top list. You create your top list, however you want to monitor it, and then you right click and then configure and then symbol list. So if you created a symbol list, you'd have to add existing list. You have to find it. You have to find it. Okay, and then you highlight it. And then once it's moved over here into this column, then you just go only the following list and you check it. Then that symbol list is attached to your top list. Okay, does that make sense? You create the symbol list, and then you have to attach it to the top list window, and then you can run your race. But what would be nice, yeah, if you could have your list here and then just say launch race, maybe that's something down the road, but hills, guys, the hills are alive with the sound of something moving higher here, HILS. So what is the next high looking left? So this had, fairly well, not actually, no. This was the active day. That was a little while ago. So it is approaching that level, 148, 155. So it's above that. What's the next high looking left? Okay, well, there is a little bit of room to two for HILS, a little bit of room to two. You can just see, and it is starting to look at the volume coming in. And so I read your comment earlier, Zach, that some are trying to compare that MD to Best Buy or Bed Bath and Beyond. Of course, one big difference is the float. It's about 5 times the float. Yeah, I mean, it's really getting more interesting sitting at that 3 level. And again, guys, if you're wondering what these up here are, these are just simulated trades. Never would have allowed this to get such a loss if I'm paying attention. And that's the ENG. I'm just trying to see if there's a bug in here for me because I noticed that I put some conditional buy orders, price went through it and it didn't take the trade. So earlier, so I just want to see if that is continuing to happen. I'll be at a marketing meeting in about an hour, so even though it's more of a tech issue. Not quite a boom, PJ, not quite. See how it just resisted that 3 level. I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to take out that 3 level, but not quite yet. Hmm. ILAG, a little bit of a move for ILAG. So what is high was 360, guys. So a little bit of a move for ILAG here. A little bit of a move for ILAG. And some volume coming in, so there's a little bit of enthusiasm. The high was 361. Well, let me do the same thing here. All right, so it did. I'm not sure if that actually worked though. I'm trying to really see if these conditional buys are. I'm not sure if I dropped it right on the current price, which would of course would execute the buy right away. And this is the ILAG, so another low float, 8.7 million in the float. Has been very active over the last few days. But look at Hills, guys, HILS. I'm not in this one, but boy, this is really, it's holding not badly. And again, the attraction would be that high of around 194 actually. So it's got some room. What did it get up to? Got up to 168, pulled back. Whoa, little pop now for iLag. Little pop for iLag, guys. Teddy, I don't know if you can call them targets. I'm just aware of where the next high is, okay? I mean, I'm not saying that's my target, but I'm aware that that's where a stock could stall, if that's what you mean. But I will, just like if you were listening to Steve during his time, I'll always take some off. I mean, if I get into something, especially a low float, I'll always take some off if I get a quick pop. How much I take off, that's up to me in terms of, there's no, well, I'll take half off, 20% off, 30% off. It's how I, see things. But as far as targets, I don't really, it's not like I'm saying, okay, the only thing I know is where the next high is. Now, whether you want to call that a target, so for instance, if I get into a trade and my stop is, say, make the math super simple, if my stop is 10 cents away from where I get in, and I look, if I were trying to size up a trade, how's that? And I would say, okay, well, if you're going to take this trade, your stop is going to be 10 cents below. Now, do I want to take the trade? Then I'm going to look left. And if I saw the next high looking left 10 cents away, I wouldn't take the trade. That's only a 1-to-1 risk reward. For me, I would have to have at least a reasonable expectation of a 1 for 2. Okay, some will say 1 for 3. So again, if I look left and I don't see, again, if I'm in this trade if I'm going to take the trade and I know my stop is going to be 10 cents away, if I look left and the next high is 50 cents away, I'd say, yeah, I can take that trade. Not that I don't know if it's going to get that up to that 50-cent level, but at least I know that the odds are a little bit more in my favor. I don't have to worry about chart resistance. Yeah, so I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. I just use it to as demonstration in the simulator. I do all my trading from within IB. I'm not going to try to toggle back and forth between a live account and a simulated account. If that's all I were doing, if I weren't in a room and talking and moderating, etc., maybe I would, but there's no way I'm going to do it. In other words, I don't want to get it. I don't want to think I'm taking a simulated trade and I'm taking it in my real account. So I do all my trading from within Interactive Brokers, and I don't know if it's faster or slower. But understand that when I'm going to do something, I am concentrating on this time in sales. So I'm seeing how it's trading. I see what the bid ask is. I see how fast it's trading. So I mean, this is iLag as an example. I know what the spread is. I'm not going to take, like, if this were 345, 360 bid ask, I'd be never taking this trade as an example. Okay. So that's what will happen sometimes when all of a sudden I mute myself. I don't put myself on mute, but I'm not talking. It's typically what I'm doing. I'm staring, at this, at the time in sales. Yeah, I have an external linking. Yes, I use the external linking tool. So the question is Trade Ideas linked to my broker? Of course, yes, absolutely. It's just not through Brokerage Plus, but yes, through the external linking tool. So that, yeah, when I click on an alert, it immediately, whoops, when I click on an alert, it loads into my platform. So I don't have to type, I don't have to spend the time typing into my order entry. So yes. Well, that's a big comeback. That's a big pullback. Look at that Acon. I mean, how crazy are some of these moves, guys? I mean, it starts off at 95 cents, moves all the way up to 175, and then right back down to 116. That's why, and it's a low float. That's why you cannot wander away from your commercial, from your computer. Meggle. Okay, let's take a look at Meggle from Zach. Aha, yes. So it depends on the time of the. So, okay, first of all, the question from our YouTube room is how old is the information about the float, like in the stock detailed window? So the float, that float, and the short float, if it's there, that gets updated every like twice a month. We'll just say the 15th and the 30th, and unless the 15th and 30th fall on a Saturday, then it'll be some other day, of course. And that's got nothing to do with us. That is just industry wide. I guess they I guess they do a polling of all the different brokerages and they come up with a number. Okay. So it all, well, whether it's the short float percent or the float itself, they both get updated twice a month. So we're at the 18th, we're on the 18th, we're at the 18th right now. So if that got, that is going to be fairly recent. It's 3 days, but a week later, I mean, it could change. And that's got nothing to do, again, with trade ideas. That is just industry wide. Now, having said that, on some of these low float situations, you can go to, 12 million in the float for WKSP. You could probably go to 10 different sites and get 10 different floats. Same with the short float. Okay. With these low floats, sometimes it's really, really hard to nail it down. I wouldn't say it's typical, no. Not when it happened. The question is, Jane from our YouTube room saying I've never bought a low float stock. Is what happening with ENG typical? I would say no. Okay. I mean, yes, a pullback, but such a dramatic one after the big run. I would say no, that is not typical. I mean, it happens, of course. I mean, it could have happened a little more steadily during the day as opposed to just two giant candles wiping it out. Especially one that in theory had some new news that seemed to be good. A lot of times, you'll see these low float, they'll have no information whatsoever, no news, nothing. And it's just because maybe some group on Reddit got a hold of it and decided that's the one today. But this actually had some what looked like pretty good news, $20 million contract over 5 years, but nonetheless, good news. So I was surprised at this. But if you don't want to trade low floats, I mean, of course you don't have to. And in fact, so for instance, I'm just going to drop a link in. So this is large cap gainers from the open, okay? So if your style is not really these fast moving stocks, you'd rather have something a little more sedate than what I just popped in there. That is a race built on, all I did was I added a big market cap, 500 million minimum, and a minimum float of 50 million, okay? And so you will see stocks in the race. They won't have the dramatic, 10, 20, 30% moves, but maybe that's more your style or anybody's style. I'm certainly not trying to tell people to buy low float stocks, but I'm interested in stocks that have good moves, and typically they have to be a low float. I don't put a filter in here that makes them low float, but to get a stock moving 250%, you're not going to find Meta or Google or Amazon, moving 250% usually. Okay. But, it's not everybody's cup of tea. I get it. Pepe, I'm still running that biggest losers from the open. I just don't get very many that are substantial. I just don't get too many that are big substantial moves. I don't know why. I mean, it's just the reverse of that. It's not like the market is ripping today, so you wouldn't get very many moving down. Never seem to get, never seem to get the same sort of percentage moves. Yeah, I wonder why. I could figure that out actually. I just don't know why. It's just the flip of this. You would see, you would think we get some. Okay, so lovers not liars in our YouTube room. Yeah, so you can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. Okay, so even if you said, okay, but I'm using my desktop, can I have the web-based version and the desktop app open at the same time? No, you can only have the program open like once. So, I mean, that's a good question because usually the way I always phrase it is that you can have trade ideas loaded on as many different devices as you want, but you can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. But it's a good point because on my desktop, I got I can, well, I can because I've got a special password, but you cannot have the web-based version and the app open at the same time on your desktop or any device. Not sure why you'd want that anyway, but that is the answer. Yeah, PJ, but that's really hard, isn't it? I mean, I you've got to let your winners run. Well, man, sometimes it's really hard to let your winners run, because Steve was talking in the YouTube room today about his phase trade. Now, this is one that I did trade. Okay, I got really fortunate. I remember if I held this overnight or the next day, and I got I think I did. I think I took it here on that day, and then it popped up here. I think even in the pre-market it was higher. And he said, and he was in around 15, and he let all his profit run. Sorry, all his profit basically go away. He did not take anything up here because he was thinking, well, maybe this is going to be the mega meme stock, and it's going to go to 30, 40, 50. And he kicked himself. He was talking about that in the YouTube room. Yeah, sure. I mean, I know it's working in terms of, well, there's one -4% at least. Okay. I know I'm seeing the biggest loser on top, so I've done that right, but yeah, I'll share it. But especially with these low floaters. I mean, if I get into something at, $2 and in the next 2 minutes it goes to 250 or 260, I mean, I'm taking profit. I mean, I may not get out of everything, but I mean, anything goes from 2 to 260 in a couple of minutes. I mean, you got to take some profit, in my opinion, because it could go right back down in the next 30 seconds or less. So just after having said that, Pepe, at least that one was 7%, the wet G. That's probably the biggest percentage loss I've seen in the biggest losers from the Open. Okay, it should be. I mean, it's just a flip of this and then sorted correct. Well, it's sorted, but I mean, with the in just give me a moment. Yeah, in ascending. So yeah, it should be exactly the same. So here's another one, another low float, LPTH on the move here. Volume coming in. Yeah, I mean, it's getting ready. It's getting readier, Neptune. So the only reason, Jason, you were saying that is because you didn't have a stop, right? For the JCSE, you didn't have a stop. And you probably thought, it'll come back. You didn't have a manageable loss, saying, okay, I get into the trade. The most I'm willing to lose on the trade is $100, $200, whatever that is. You've got it, I mean, I know well, maybe you haven't, but I mean, we talk about that all the time. When you get into a trade, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if the trade isn't working. Yeah, that's the other thing. Never, well, we preach this, never add to your losses. Now, understand, yeah, I said it had, because there was no, but hopefully you didn't take it just because I said that. I said, when I ever say, when you look left and I'll say something like, well, look, the next high is 1248. So it's got room to there. And I always say, I don't mean it's going to get there. I just mean that other traders look at this and think, okay, at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Okay. But I never say, when I say it's got room, I don't mean it's getting there. I'm just saying, and usually right afterwards I say, and I don't mean it's getting there, but traders look at this and think, wow, I mean, there is room for it to run. Now, well, it's the only place to place. I mean, that's what you should want to do, Ron. Place the price alert on the chart. That's where you should want. That's where you should, in my opinion, because you click on an alert. Okay, and now here's your chart, and you think, it depends on the time frame you're looking at. But you think, okay, yeah, if it pulled back here to 803 or the bottom of that candle, okay, maybe I want to take that. Maybe I want to know about that. Or if it was basing, before when it was doing this, you might think, hey, I should put a price alert if it breaks these highs. So you should be looking at a chart anyway. in order to determine where you want to put a price alert. And then once you've determined it, then you right click. I'm sorry, you right click, and then you create the price alert. If you've eyeballed it, so that it's right at the price you want. Otherwise, you just type the price in. That makes sense? I mean, the bottom line is you've got the chart up and running anyway, so it's easy enough just to, right click, create the price alert, done, save, done. Yeah, and fuego, this one, wow. Another low float. What's the spread like now? Actually, it's not the worst I've seen for this MEGL. Remember, this is that crazy IPO that on the day of got up to what, 236. The next day it got up to 250, and then of course collapsed. And there was no reason for this. The only reason for this was the structure of the IPO, low number of shares and a low price, and people went crazy on it. And it's also it's China. All right, guys. MNMD. I have to find another way to say that. It's too much of a tongue twister. Maybe kind of curling just a little bit here, okay? It's had its little foray underneath a dollar, down right back down to 88 cents. And if you don't know the so-called news on this one, I guess I don't know if it's speculation or if it's absolutely 100% for real, but some guy, 20-year-old and his dad, the 20-year-old seemed to make $100 million on Best Buy or Bed Bath and Beyond, turned 25 million to 100. That's what the article said, and now have turned their attention to this one, MNMD. Oh wow, this is actually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. 285,000 shares. I didn't think this was shortable yet, or if it were, I didn't think there'd be so many available. Wow. Again, I'm not looking to short it, but right now, but I'm just I'm interested in the fact that there are shorts available. I mean, this is a miserable one. This is Brush, another IPO. As Zach said, keep an eye on some of the recent ones. This has been miserable. Now, I haven't talked about the AI at all today. Now, one of the reasons, I mean, both these two, I think they would be probably very difficult to short for most people. I know Interactive Brokers and E-Trade did not have these two available to short. So while this looks awesome, in terms of 28% and 9% on the short of NVFY and NEG, I just don't know how many people could have actually shorted that one. I mean, I'm not talking about the center point people, but so for instance, if you were using Brokerage Plus, you couldn't have taken those positions, those short positions. In the simulator, you could. Oh, really? They had shorts at E-Trade. How many? Interesting. Okay. Oh, yeah. Listen, these low float IPOs, you've got to sometimes the only way you can take true advantage is the day of, maybe the next day. After that. Okay, so here is an IPO calendar that I can give you. Somebody asked about a list of new IPOs. Okay, so here are some of the recent IPOs. Okay, you have the date. So here are some of the recent IPOs. So you could take this list, and go back as far as you want. Here's the MEGL as an example. Go back to the date that you want. You could take this list and create a symbol list, like put them in. And here are the into a symbol list. So you want to track them. And also here is the IPO calendar. So here is an upcoming one. Ooh, GigaCloud. What is this one? A 2.912, 818. So I don't think it came out today. See how crazy these are? So this is one for tomorrow. So what I'm going to do, this is how I like to do it. I'm going to put this one in, this PXMD. I'm going to create a price alert for it. PXMD. Okay, it's not trading. So I'll create a price alert. And I'll put $1. And I'm also going to put the structure. 1.6 million. And these aren't easy, guys. If you're new, but this is how I like to see these. And 4.5 to 6.5. Okay. And I'll save it. So when this starts to trade, if it does start trading tomorrow, this will pop up in my price alerts because I have minimized my price alert window. Okay. When it starts to trade, this will pop up. I minimize my price alerts window. It'll pop up so I won't miss it. And then the other one is STBX. STBX. I'll give you the link. Just give me a moment. I'll do the same thing. Create the price alert. $1. I'll put the structure, 5 million shares between 4 and 5. The other thing I want to do is just see if these are China or not. because it's the China ones that can go absolutely crazy the day of. Oh, it's Malaysia. This is a Malaysia one, so that could be crazy. Okay, I'm going to edit my price alert and just indicate what? I guess I didn't save it. I know I'll explain what I'm doing, guys. Okay, I'll explain all this. Just let me get this done. Oh, yeah, you can tell. This is when I know I'm getting a little bit tired because I created it twice. So I'll just get rid of that one, and that's the one I want. Okay, and then I will put the GCT, which isn't trading yet. Now it's a little more expensive, $12, but I'll put it in just to see what happens. I don't think the GCT is trading, is it? Oh, it is trading. Oh, wow. So see, if I done my homework ahead of time, I would have had this GCT in the 2.9 million. Okay, the structure and at 12. So look at this, it's trading way up, well, not way above. It did get up to 18 and it's pulled back. So let me explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing it this way. Now, here is the link. So there's the link. So why I do it that way, as opposed to having some kind of an IPO alert, is because when it starts to trade, I do want to know what the structure is. If it's, how many shares were issued, and probably more importantly, what was the price? Because let's just say this one opens tomorrow, this IPO calendar. This was PXMD, okay? The suggested area is between 450 and 650. What if it opens at 12? That means there's super enthusiasm, right? Very risky. Very, very, very risky, okay? But at least I know that there's some enthusiasm as opposed to Brush, which opened below the IPO price and never really got back up to it. Okay, so there was no enthusiasm for this one, even though the structure was good, not very many shares, and the IPO, it was structured. It's Canadian, maybe that's got something to do with it. Sorry, Canada, and I'm Canadian, but so I mean, they don't all do that, but they can be very crazy on the very first day. So that's why I like to do it, because when it alerts, I see my price alerts window. I can immediately see how many shares. I can see the price that was in theory, how it was supposed to open. And then why I put Malaysia is that, well, a lot of these, foreign ones from China, maybe Malaysia, can be even crazier. Now, we do have, Michael created this. If you go to our Premium Market Explorer, and he did actually create select strategy. Now, I don't know how it is. Okay, I don't know if it's organized for you guys like this, where it says IPO stocks. If not, you can recent IPO and position in IPO range sort and close to IPO price. So let's see what happens here. Okay, and it's not adjustable in terms of, so you can see right there, ACLX, the IPO price was 19, it's very close. So this is a list of fairly recent IPOs. I'm surprised there's so many. First, okay, this is not the date of issue. This is just today's date, of course. Okay, So I don't know how many IPOs he actually puts in, but you can look at this also. You can see how close it is to the original price. And then the other one. And then recent IPO. So this is not, okay, so let's take a one that we know, EGIO. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is showing me. It's probably the position and the range of it. But anyway, there's a couple of IPO scans that Michael created. Click on new and then Premium Market Explorer window. Right click, so the select strategy pops up, and then here, and it may not look like this, okay? It may just be a long list. I know this is the idea, is to create almost little folders. Okay, Neptune is, yeah, it's trying to make a little move here, guys. The traction could be that high of the day, 347. Not saying it's getting there. Okay. And again, it is news driven. I mean, it seems to be decent news, okay? But again, it's a low float. So 6.5 million in the float, 58 million have traded. Whoa, now that was ugly, guys. That was boy, that was very ugly. I mean, really ugly. That's a little like the ENG. That's a bad pullback. That doesn't give a lot of confidence. So I actually ended up taking a little loss on this one. Okay, but that's why I'm saying you cannot wander away from your computer. And then I thought, okay, I didn't like got it just around that 3 level. Now I could put another price alert up here, I guess, just to see if it takes it out again. But that's a bad one. All right. Wow, that was ugly. So ADGI now is showing up. I don't think I've seen this one today. ADGI, not a crazy low flow, 39 million. And looking left, 444. So at 450 mark may really, really stall it. Okay, so this is a great example of knowing, well, for me anyway, knowing when to get out of a stock, guys, okay? I could have said to myself, it'll turn around. So instead of taking, for me, just a manageable loss, and I could have said, it'll turn around. And that would have turned into and it could still turn around. I know that, but I wouldn't take the chance. And so I'd have a way bigger loss if I were just thinking, is this going to turn around? But this is a great example of not getting into a trade or getting into a trade and then you have to, it's a low float. You have to be sitting at your computer. You can't wander away. Because that was pretty quick. I was fortunate to get out where I did. Market is just kind of blah today. I mean, the Dow's down a little, and the Nas is up a little, and the SPY's up a little. Just kind of chop, a little bit of chop action, kind of blah. Well, it depends what you mean by manipulation, Jim. I mean, I don't, I can't answer that. I mean, there's all sorts of conspiracy theorists out there, but I don't get too crazy about thinking like that. All right, Ron, there's a toggle between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. Make sure there's not a diagonal line through it. And that's the sound icon. Make sure you accidentally haven't done, if you can see my screen, if you do that, then all your sounds will go. It turns off all your sounds within Trade Ideas. So just check that sound icon. And you're sure your your speakers or however you're listening to them, you haven't shut the volume on or shut the volume off. Tell you what, can you give me a link and I'll see if it's working on my end? Can you, do you know how to do that? Just give me a cloud link. I'll load it. Just one alert window, right? Yeah, for an alert. Yeah. Take an alert window that you set a price alert or sound alert on, and I'll see if it's working on my end. I'll see what you've done. There's a slider, of course, on these. There is a slider here on the volume, but you probably, if you haven't touched it, there could be another reason, but let me, if you give it to me, I'll see if I get an alert, a sound alert. Whoa, guys, you better hurry because I'm in a marketing meeting. Okay, let's say that's just one, right? So let's see. MEGL. MEGL alert. Okay. Okay, so that was a doc. Oof, luckily. So it wasn't one alert. I asked you. So which one? Well, first of all, let me just see here. Properties. So actions is not checked there. Properties, actions is not checked there. Properties, actions is not checked there. Properties, actions is not checked there. I don't see that you've checked the actions. Okay, I don't see that you have checked the actions on anyone, any one of them. Okay, actions. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, set up the sound, text to speech. Works for me. I'm hearing her say text, testing, testing, testing. So I don't know what's going on with you. Okay, I'm playing it and I'm hearing testing. So I don't know how I can help you because I just tested. You're talking about your price alerts. So when you say, okay, I have to go to a marketing meeting very soon, but when you say yours is not working, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. What do you mean Trade Ideas is not working though? I do have to go to a marketing meeting though. Okay, so I'm going to have to put myself on mute. Give me a moment. Okay, well, I don't know what to say because you say yours is not working either. Mine is working, so it's hard for me to know, but let me go to this meeting. I'll be back maybe in half an hour, okay? All right, sorry about that, guys. Long meeting. In fact, it's still going on, but I just have to leave. So, lovers, not liars. No, not really. But look, there are only 10 symbols. Okay, so this is what I would do. I would look at drug as an example. Okay, I don't, if you want to call that consolidation, but it's just a matter of going through them one, and there's only 10 symbols, and checking to see what is happening. Okay, what is happening, and because, for instance, drug may not have won a race in the last little while. It may not have even been very active in the last little while. So, but just click on the different symbols and see what is happening. I mean, Neptune, boy, this, again, I cannot, whew, having a stop, guys, instead of thinking it's going to turn around. I mean, look at this Neptune. I mean, this is just a mess now. But you see what I'm saying, lovers? I mean, you just have to click on the symbol and check to see what's happening. And so, for instance, MNMD, you might look at that and go, well, I don't know if that's not consolidation, but what if it were consolidating? Okay, then you could put a price alert above it or below it if you want to short, and just see what happens. Okay, does that not make sense? I mean, it's so few alerts to click on and just check to see what's happening. I mean, look at Indo. You could have said, well, I wonder if that was consolidating there. So you put an alert at 823. Obviously, it didn't take it out as an example. If there were 40 or 50 stocks you had to do that with, but it's a very, very tight list. Okay. Does that make sense? I mean, I don't see anything actually in any sort of consolidation right now. Well, look, it's okay, SOND. Now, I don't know if it's going to break, but that certainly is consolidation, right? SOND, that was on the bottom. That was the number 10. So that's certainly consolidation. So at this point, you could say to yourself, well, okay, what did it get up to yesterday? 246 or pre-market. So you could say, okay, I'll put a price alert. Put a price alert at 206. Or put the buy, practice in the simulator, put a buy there, okay, and see if it takes it out, right? Does that not make sense? Yeah, well, see, I'm concentrating so much, lovers, on this thing, lovers not liars in our YouTube room, that I don't have a specific scan, but you might want to try this one. I know Steve talked about it. If you go to Premier Market Explorer, okay, and where was that? Steve had something about the SMA play. SMA play. You can try and look at this. This is the SMA play intraday. Okay, now I'm noticing there's nothing happening here. That is a strong stock that has actually consolidated and then maybe is making a move. Well, again, I don't know how to answer that question now, lovers, in terms of a reversal bar. I mean, if you're looking for, outside of winners, are the biggest gainers from the open. I mean, this is a scan that I also have. This is more advanced though, for people who are looking for bounce plays, stocks that have moved down and then bounced, or like a Weber, a topping play. They're not easy though, okay, but some kind of a topping play that you short. I mean, this is one of the two scans that I'm sharing from Zach. I don't have anything like that. So you know what? For a reversal type scan, I mean, I do have like what I call trend reversal, but it's not going to be. It won't be anything that's probably coming from lists like this. I mean, I have a scan that you might be interested in. I don't have it up and running anymore. I used to share it on my, but it's called Bouncers and Toppers. You may take a look at that. Bouncers and Toppers. This is Bouncers Toppers shared, okay? And what that is looking for, that is it'll show you a bunch of oops, move in there. There we go. If I load this thing, it's got two scans in it. So potential toppers, potential bouncers, okay? So if I look at this and I open the window, potential bouncers, I'm not using this anymore. Again, guys, I'm devoting my entire energy to the race. But if you guys want to look outside, that's fine. But when I do the configuration, this is what it's looking for. So here's stocks which are released, five-minute candles down in a row. It's got to be below the VWAP. The RSI, it's a low RSI, okay? And then maybe the alert, you'll get two alerts. One alert would be a new low of the day or a new 5-minute high. So when you click on something like this, MRVI, okay? Now I don't have a 5-minute chart up. Okay, so probably what I would have seen is, and what time was that? 1:59? Yeah, so that's the last alert we had. You can kind of see what it looked like. It was 1:59, it was moving down, 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 and then and at 1:59, it had made a new 5-minute high. I'm not saying they're all going to work, okay, in terms of the way you want them to work, but this will show you stocks that have been beaten up a bit, maybe a bit of a consolidation, and then a new 5-minute high. How you trade it after that, of course, will be up to you. Okay, so you can take a look at that. But I'm telling you, if I were brand new to trade ideas, brand new to trading, everything, I would be looking at this and that's it. I can't emphasize enough that it's all you really need. It's all you really need. Do I have a couple other scans up and running? Yes, but I hardly even look at them. The Weber, of course, on the short, on the long, sorry, on the Meggle, which I did short. If you just before I went on this in the meeting, I don't know if you recall, but I said, there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I didn't even realize, and a lot of them. And so while I was in the meeting, I was busy, shorting this. And in the marketing meeting, there is going to be some changes here. It's going to be easier to read. I guess they're going to change some of the backgrounds. It's going to be easier to read. You'll also be able to, on the fly, for instance, if you wanted to change a price range or a minimum volume that you want to look at, instead of having to go through a big configuration, it'll be easy to do something like that. And last but not least, but again, this is still, I'm hoping before the end of the year, this will look way, way more smooth and it'll be a different presentation. This is going to look way, way more smooth. Very, 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 yeah. So if system sounds wrong, I mean, I can't show it here, but you've got your sound bar, of course, and it should, or not sound bar, open the volume mixer. You right click on that little sound icon, and then when it says open volume mixer, so you've got something like this, and maybe your system sound is somehow 0 instead of 100. This is out. This is your PC. This has nothing to do with trade ideas, of course. GCT, what a day, guys! Wow, I say it every day, but what a day. So this is, oh yeah, this is the IPO today. Mm-hmm. Well, Teddy, it's hard. I mean, you got to practice. I mean, there's no answer I can give to you. You know, the question is, I'm having a problem knowing when to get nervous about getting out of a trade when volume drops. Well, you got to practice. You know, I can't say, well, you have to do this every single time. Okay. You just have to be, and especially, you know, if you're looking at these low float situations, you've got to be on top of it. You cannot leave. You know, you start to see something looking a little parabolic. You start to see a topping tail, you know, on a 15-minute chart or a 5-minute chart, you know, that can be a bit of a warning for you, you know, because what does the topping tail mean? It means the buyers had it at one point. You know, I'll just look at drug as an example. But there's no answer I can give you, Teddy. Okay. There's no, well, you have to do it like this. You know, this is everybody goes through this. I mean, believe me, it's not just, but you know, you look at drug, okay? Look at that big topping tail up here. I mean, at one point the buyers had it up here and they closed it here. I mean, that was a big 70-cent move. As this was moving down, I'm out of it. At least most of it, okay? Um, Now it did pop up again, but you know, you see you that bloody, excuse me, that box drives me crazy when it just hovers. I don't know why it does that. But you see, these are your clues, you know, that all of a sudden, look, you've got all these topping tail. I'm just using drug as an example. What does it mean? Buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it down, closed here. Buyers had it up here. Sellers closed it down here. Buyers tried again. Sellers closed it here. And you know what? At that point, the buyers gave up. Okay, buyers gave up, and the volume's declining. Yeah, I mean, especially in these low floaters, once the volume starts to decline, no, you really have to pay attention. All you can do is try, okay? Is work it in the simulator, you know, but you're hoping for a bigger move. I mean, hey, it depends on when you get in, of course. I mean, if you're up 20 or 30 or 40% in a trade, I mean, my goodness. I'm just using that as an example, of course, but these are, I mean, they're not easy. I mean, these low floaters are not easy. I mean, they give us the biggest bang for the buck. But look at this market, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 2.5 hours, basically almost straight up. This market will not quit. Yeah, again, the upper wicks, what does it mean? It means that, you know, the eventually it's always a battle all day long. All day long. I could probably look at drug the other way. You know, by the same token, if you look here, let me get this chart really big. Okay. Whoops. So look what happened here. These are the opening 15-minute candles. Okay. I'm sorry. I guess that's the opening one. This is the 10 and the 10:15. So look what happened. Then, you know, the buyers got all excited and got it up there, and then the sellers knocked it down. Okay. They got it down here on that bottoming tail. But the buyers took control a bit and they moved it here. Sellers tried it again and really tried to knock it down. But the buyers said, you know what? Not quite. We're not quite ready to give up control. And then look what happened after the buyer. So, I mean, it's the bottoming tails too. Eventually the sellers will give up also. Sorry, guys, this lingering bar just or rectangle just drives me crazy sometimes. So it's the same thing though. I mean, the sellers can get discouraged also if the buyers keep after them. Well, I was thinking of actually trying to hold that MRNB, but I don't think I'm going to. I'm sorry, the jeez, MNMD. Got to change that name. I'm going to watch it after hours. I mean, if it takes out these highs here, I might just take a little bit and hold it for a while and see what happens. But that's not Anything you guys have to do just to sort of see if it'd be really interesting to see what happens tomorrow with this, if it just goes right back down to where it came. Okay, guys, so believe it or not, you can still sign up for the test drive if you want. Now, you only get tomorrow. Well, you get 6 days. Give me a moment. Okay, so you'll only get 6 days, but if you think 11, if you can, you think $11.11 is a good, let me just click on it to show you what I'm talking about. You'll get tomorrow's Friday, and plus next week, okay? It still will cost you $11.11, so you're not gonna get the full 10 days, but if you thought it was worth, what, about $2 a day to try us out, go for it. We only do this 4 times a year, so it does end next Friday. And once it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? And tomorrow is the last day, probably towards the end of the day, that you can actually sign up for it. And we've got a great promo on right now, guys. Normally it's usually after the test drive, but got a great promo on right now. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Great promo. I haven't seen a 30% off, I don't think ever. So there it is, early drive 30 for 30% off your first month only or the entire year. This is what I would do. Go to the monthly and you can start off, you can take a monthly standard 118 or 228, less the 30%. And if within 30 days you decide, well, I wouldn't mind taking it on an annual, we'll honor the 30%, okay? Now, you don't have to ever take out an annual, but just know that after that first month, this is what you'd pay. So the 30% discount is good for the first month only, but that's the way to do it, in my opinion, okay? Don't take out an annual, unless you absolutely know you want the product. So this is a way in which you can do it, still take advantage of a great discount, and then you can make up your mind. Well, again, there's nothing wrong with sticking with a monthly, or if you do want to take out an annual with that big 30% off, okay? The big difference, of course, is now, again, this is a little bit skewed. This is what the AI did today. It looks awesome. The only issue is that I don't like, some of us anyway could not short NVFY. I know there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers and no shorts at IV also for NEG. But that was an awesome short if you could find shorts for it, for the NVFY from the AI. That's the big difference between standard and premium, okay? Now, if you do take out a subscription, let's get started. Do it, okay? I'll show you where else it is. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. Now, here's the education section. So here's that getting started, okay? Please do this, guys. I mean, if you haven't done it, you're just going to flounder. I mean, there's lots of information, but this sort of summarizes all the important stuff. The getting started, the download and install. Q&A with, yeah, there we go. Okay, I see. So it is actually laid out here too. Okay. So in other words, if you've already done the install, obviously you don't have to go through that, but they're all little videos, about 30 minutes long, okay? Daily support. So Chris will be taking over for me in our YouTube room at 3:30, about 15 minutes from now. And he'll run that YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And he does that Monday to Friday. So Teddy, I can't answer a question like that, but if you go to support at trade, it depends when you took out a subscription, give them your email address and ask the question, okay? I just have nothing. I don't get involved in accounting at all, so I don't know what, but you can definitely go there and ask the question, okay? Daily webinar. So next week we have none again. We didn't have them this week, next week, but after that, we'll be back to our regular schedule. And then the back to basics with Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. What is a stock? It starts off with. So some short videos. If you're new to trading, please take a look at that. And last, my scans. Okay, so that's that race. That's all I pay attention to, really. I do have some other scans that I am sharing. The pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. You'll hear me talk about the Hulse Zoom scanner. You want an alert window as a momentum scanner. That's one there. Advanced users for Zach's bouncers and toppers. The single stock window is this window you see here. Okay, so I've got some scans that I am sharing, but I really just pay attention to the race mode. And so my advice, you save my link, and then you can look at all this whenever you want. Okay, guys, so I have another about 15 minutes left in my in the main room. Okay, so if you've got any questions, ask them now before I do leave. I will put the YouTube link in to the main room. So if you do want to head over between 3:30 and 4:30 to listen to Chris, I'll put the link in. FPay. Let's take a look at FPay from Zach. Yeah, I don't know if I really saw this one today. No, the volume is coming in. It didn't trade that many shares, but yeah. I can almost 100% answer that he's not using sterling. Paul, you should try IB. I mean, does it have as many shorts all the time as Centerpoint? No, but it's pretty darn good. Centerpoint's a little more expensive also, but hey, I would try IB, Interactive Brokers. Look at this market. Well, that's more with the commission-free brokers. I like this. You guys are talking about Lizzie. Okay, I see why. So they have earnings after hours. Yeah, I never, ever, ever, ever hold anything through earnings. That's just a rule that I never break. William, I would just say that Centerpoint though is specialized. Okay, you know, with the reputation of having many more shorts available than probably any other broker. So I mean, if that's what you're into, yeah. In terms of execution, I don't know how Centerpoint and IB stack up. I really don't. I've never had an issue. I've never said to myself, man, is this slow? You know, in the 6 years I've had IB. Look at this one, guys. Here's another one that might be right for a short, NTNX. All right, 321. So what I'm going to do now is okay, what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in. Chris will be there in about, well, less than 10 minutes. I certainly don't like the way that MNMD is trading at all. Wouldn't surprise me if it got under $1 again. Wow, look at this one popping here, guys. Say SVRE, SVRE. Look at this pop. SVRE. I mean, just showing up right in the race right here. Up 5% since the race started, but it just almost just happened now. So for those of you who like to short, I mean, that is a big, big pop. And I can see, yeah, ooh, not many left at Interactive Brokers, but there are about 7,000 left at Interactive Brokers. Again, I'm not telling people to short this, but that's a pretty big pop. And actually, so I'm watching to see, this is what I'm looking at, okay? Every time I check to see if there's shorts available. So that's how many shorts are available right now. And usually this is real time. So it's kind of interesting to see how this changes. And again, this is Interactive Brokers, guys, okay? Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. See, all of a sudden the trading in it just stalled also. But just as I moved it, so you can see there's some shorts being snapped up. Not many, but and you can kind of see, I mean, look what it got up to. It got right to these levels here and it kind of stalled. And that's the SVRE. I'm just looking at a screen recording. Hopefully this beta is, I think the guys said that maybe by Tuesday, and it's a smoother look for the races, but it's also better appealing in terms of how it is presented also, in terms of the fonts and the color scheme. Okay, guys, keep an eye on Weber. Weber kind of based at 10 for a bit here. Got some bottoming tails. I mean, risky, right? But you can kind of see what happened. I mean, the sellers tried to knock it down. And, now that last 15-minute candle, though, it's sort of a doji, topping tail and bottoming tail. But you can kind of see that if it could take out 1021, that might get it rocking again. Okay, guys, Chris will be there in. Chris is there. Chris is in the house.
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are.
Let's
not as bad today for me.
swap.
So yeah, you can do the screen swap.
Alrighty.
Right now.
There we go. Not as
Look at
bad
that,
today,
look
you
at
said? They didn't
yeah, I
talk
don't
your
know why
ear off
yesterday
or
was.
chat your ear off.
Well, yesterday was way more bushed at the end. Today I'm not as bad. So, but anyway, Chris, I will let you go. I will depart, and we'll
Alrighty.
talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds good, Barry. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Bye.
All right, everybody. So happy. Today's Thursday, right? Friday, Junior. Hard to believe. What a week, right? Let's put my earphones away. Jim, what's happening? How are you? All right. Very good. Very good. So, yeah, I got a chart of Weber up there. I made a big pop. Winning a bunch of races here now. I just beat this drum over and over, this dead horse, whatever you want to call it. I mean, the way these races really point stuff out. I mean, any PT, just bang, drug all day long. Well, not all day long, but, just really strong for several hours. INDO. I mean, I took this as a trade. I took a nice trade in this one here. both my accounts. So you can see here in the IB account what I did. And here I'm thinking I'm a genius. I had, nearly 30 cents on a $6 stock. I'm like, all right, well, I'm happy. And then the thing just skyrocketed afterwards. You have to start looking at maybe holding some of these a little longer. Only doing more partial lots. This one a little tougher, but all the same. I mean, opportunity was there without any question. What else? Oh, I took a trade in FRZA. I took some trades in this here. We did well there as well. So yeah, just super exciting stuff as every day with this racing, and I cannot stress enough to people, keep things simple with the races. Keep things simple with your trading strategy and stick right to it. You've got these races in front of you, start to see something move, set a price alert, see if you can't get a pullback or some consolidation, set maybe a couple of price alerts. And you can see, I'm setting all these price alerts here today. A lot of this didn't work out. Some of it did work out, but there's just so much in here. As a matter of fact, I've been messing with my layout today. I got rid of those other scans today. Those scans that were here before, I wasn't using them at all. And I don't want to confuse people with them. So I just completely got rid of those scans and just make things a little more freer. Oh, side note, and I see the questions or the comments coming in. So give me 1 second. I'm going to catch up on those. Yesterday, I saved my layout and shared it with you folks, the whole layout. And I changed things so the custom formulas weren't in there. But I made a mistake when I changed my layout, actually, with the custom formula. I used a change in 5 minutes instead of the 5-minute volume. So anybody that has that layout from yesterday, I'm sorry, but that's not going to work. That's I made a mistake in that. So I'm going to do that again really quick here. All right. Let me find that 5-minute volume. So there's the 5-minute volume. There. Okay. Make sure that looks right now. And I'm going to do the same thing with this here. And I'm going to reshare my layout the way it is now again. And for anybody that wants it. So just give me 1 second to get in here and make sure I do this right this time. Change 5 minutes, 5-minute volume. Yeah, and that all looks right again. All right, perfect. And make sure this one looks right, and then I'll share this out again as I'm going to share it as one giant window, though. All right, everyone. So you're aware. All right, this looks good here. There, that looks good. All right, here we go. And we're going to save or share to cloud. This is full layout. Let me expand this so I can see what I'm actually giving you. There's Holly, there's TIS, there's the compare count windows, strength sector. All right, that's everything you folks will want. Save and share to cloud, copy. Okay, and paste. There you go. There we go. That's my layout right there. That's what I'm currently rocking for a layout. So it'll give you, it'll give you this here, price alerts window, a static SPY chart with a S&P with a SPY single stock window. They're linked together. The TI Strength is in here. Trader's Eye is in here. All right, and then it'll also have the full strength alert scan there, or the ME window, Market Explorer window. And it'll have this off highs breaking resistance scan. I don't do anything with it, but I might one day decide to run it in automation. Sometimes it back tests well, sometimes it doesn't. And you'll have my compare count windows as well. So that's what you'll be getting there. Now let me try to catch up on questions here. I apologize. All right, Chris V, the Mega Trust. I don't know about the Mega Trust, but we're trying there, Mike C. We're trying. Jim, I run a very simple layout myself, so I don't think you need to have too much running. I think a couple of good scans, and that's everything that you truly need, right? Yep, exactly what Mike C is saying there. Why do I think drug cooled as much as it did? I think, I mentioned yesterday that a lot of these, especially low float stocks, people are pulling out much faster than they were the previous weeks. I think that's a big thing, Peter. So, it makes this big move and nobody wants to stick around after the move. They all want to take their profits very quickly right now. I think that's what's mostly going on versus you had some of those much bigger runners a couple of weeks ago. That's my personal opinion. But that doesn't mean I'm right. That's kind of my thought process though, Peter, as far as drug. So drug, FRZA was another one. This was another one here. I think people are just, they see these big moves, they locking in a big percent and they're running right out. That's my personal thing. That's my personal opinion. I'm sorry. All right, so there we go. Sorry, just a message that was kind of important came in to me. All right, good deal, Ron. But now you got I think this will be better for you too, though, Ron. So maybe replace that what I gave you yesterday. Replace that with this. I think you'll find this a lot better. Excuse me, a lot better. I think that's my personal opinion, anyways. Watching Weber, yeah, I mean Weber's still trying to reclaim that 10 right now. It looks like struggling, right up above that 10. So I think if we can see it actually pull over 1030, we'd see it run at 11 again. But it's going to need to get over that 1030. I think that's going to be the real big one. Yeah, see Mike C 1041. He's putting that price alert. That's a good alert right there. TI stands for Trade Ideas. There's my layout again. So I just posted that again for you. All right. I think I'm all caught up. If I missed someone's question or I didn't touch on it enough, let me know, please. All right. I think I've got everybody at this point. So, but we talked about some stuff that went and won, but let's talk about some things that did not go. And these were also, coming through some races for me earlier in the day. So we had ILAG, again, just couldn't do it, right? At top. Same thing here, just, didn't have it for it. That's all there is to it, couldn't couldn't get itself going. Also, the volume dropped out on that too. Had that huge opening volume bar, and that was it. Nothing. That's one of the things I look for is the volume sustaining itself. CDAK, another one. Just couldn't crack the level, couldn't do it. And things that make me interested in this. Obviously, it was on the races, right? So that's why I'm setting a price alert. And then look at that float. Let's look at that short float, right? And we could see it was going to be, it was looking to shape up to be very liquid, but could not get through this level. So right now, you probably have a bunch of people that bought in here. They're sitting there foxhole praying that, oh, please let it come back. Please let it come back. And I would bet every one of those that's in a foxhole prayer right now didn't have a stop. That's, that's unfortunate, but that is trading. G-Box, another one. Popped through 2, could never get it going again. AMRS, another one here. This might be setting up for the next couple of days, though. We'll see. I mean, you got kind of this flagging pattern a little bit in here right now. Very liquid stock. Look, 4.3 mil shares traded, and that's not even what its normal volume is. It's actually come way down off its normal volume here. So we'll see. Look left. And that's a big level that it couldn't get through right now, right? It gets through this level here, then you're starting to talk about up around $5 or so. Can it do it? Very possibly. What bid ask range would you consider to take a trade? Sorry, I solely trade options. Yeah, no worries, Ethan. So I always have time and sales up here through IB or on Thinkorswim too. But this time and sales window is very convenient for me. The way it flows into my layout. Depending on the price of the stock, no more than 8 cents. But if you have a stock that's like priced at this level down here, I'd like to see it no more than 4 cents, to be honest. But I'll use limit orders, and I like when I can just go in at market and buy. If it's 2-3 cents. Pretty good chance of just go in at market. If it starts to open up 4, 5, 6 cents, I'll probably go in at a limit order and try to first. I'll stick it at the bottom. I'll stick it at the bid, and then if it starts to move away from me, if the bid starts to move away from me, I'll bump that order up. I'll bump it up and keep it up with the bid, or maybe if I really want the stock, I'll try to come in at 1 or 2 cents above the bid and see if I can get a fill that way. It's just that I notice sometimes when I do that, it affects time and sales. I can see it. I don't care what anybody says. So it definitely plays a role there. So that's what I would say there for me, Ethan. Anyways, any particular swing trade setups you would recommend? So Stuart, I like the strength alerts window. I like finding stuff in here for sure. I like to find kind of rounded bottoms / cup and handle patterns. So like something like this interests me very much right there. It just happens to be UNG chart, which I'm pretty bullish anyways. I'm not swing trading at all right now. I am exclusively back to day trading for now. If the SPY can continue holding around like what it's doing right now, I will start to look at swing trading again. But what I would really love to see is a test of this breakout level here and a bounce, and that would really put me back in the swing trading mode again. Till then, I'm going to stick with day trading. So this ME window, the strength alerts window, I also have what I call my evening scan. I'll share that first, and then I will go over that scan. So I can pull that up, share, copy, and paste. And again, if anybody has questions in here, I see there's 50 some odd people in here. So please ask those questions if you have them. No question too big or too small. If I simply don't know it, that's all I'll say. Come on. That was annoying. Mouse is running away with me. So I put that scan in there, and I like to hear that, Aj. I like to hear that. We're doing all right over here. We're doing all right. So I put that scan in there. Let me go over the configure of the scan. Fairly basic scan, but I do well with it when I'm in my swing trading mode. Stocks between $4 and $40. And to be honest, I really don't look at anything under 8 for the most part. I want to see that it closed 75% above the low of today, had a relative volume of 1, traded 750,000 shares on the day, and it's 75% above the low of its 20-day range. So there's a couple of ideas here. I want to make sure that, we're decently liquid and we're at least trading normal or better than normal, right? And then I want to see that we're breaking out of a 20-day range. I don't want to see we're stuck in no man's land. And I want to see that we close strong today, all right? I do a lot of my scanning in the after hours or early morning with this. I would also advise if you're trying to, Michael Noss, and I kind of do this a little bit myself in swing trading, that I will take a swing trade position towards the end of the day if it's meeting the criteria of the scan. And I obviously, it's not just it's meeting the criteria of the scan, but it meets my criteria that I like on a chart as well. So, riding the momentum of the end of today into tomorrow is kind of the idea behind that all. So that's what I'm looking for in this. And let's go through some charts. Sorry, message coming in. All right. So let's take a look at a few of these charts, and some are going to be extended and obviously not going to be interested. Some I'll be more interested than others. And then, always disclaimer. So here we go right away. Pharmaceuticals, bio, pharmaceuticals, life sciences, any of that stuff. You got to be really careful with this stuff, man. You can wait, you could stock can close here today and tomorrow morning get open there because one, no approval or bad data or something like that with the drug they've got. And then also, some of these stocks will make offerings and you don't want to get caught on the wrong side of that. So bio, swing, pharmaceuticals, any of that stuff, just be careful. That's all I can say is understand that you could wake up with your stock literally sitting at 0 tomorrow when you're swing trading those kinds of stocks. Tell is oil and gas, right? Yeah, oil and gas. So it's a solid looking trade right there, or solid looking chart right there. I think a big participant in energy overall. What I'm not crazy about this is that's a big float. It takes a lot to move that, but it does have a big short float. So that could be fuel for a fire. Super liquid stock. I mean, it's doing 2 times what it's normally doing, trade 21 million shares today. So that means it's trading about 10 million shares a day. So very liquid stock. All the same, not crazy about that chart. Same thing here. I'm not crazy about this chart for swing trade. You got, therapeutics or whatever. So it's some kind of pharma, bio. No, just no. I like this. Natural gas. I'm very bullish natural gas. I would like to see a consolidation for a day or two. I'd put this on a watch list. It breaks above that level. You could really start to roll. Yeah, it's a good looking chart right there. That's a really good looking chart. I wouldn't go jumping on it today personally, but for someone that would, you set your risk levels, as the low of today, maybe your stop, as the top of that wick, your stop, as the top of this body, your stop. Just remember, my thing is gaps like to be filled, right? So just keep that in mind. But that's a nice looking chart there. So sorry, just want to load something here. Michael's asking me to check out a scan. And just going to load that up. All right, so I'm going to check that out for Michael. And I I see questions coming in. So, Chris, would these races be good on oversold bounce? Have you played around with that? No, I haven't played around with the oversold bounces, but I don't see why they couldn't be. If you were to take something like, I think, who is it? Zach in the Traders Room has those toppers and bouncers. Maybe take some concept like that. I think that could work. I think that's a reasonable way to look at some stuff, and then see the stuff that really knife down fast pop up on the races. I think that's something that could be workable for sure. Not my trading style at all, but I don't see why that wouldn't work. To be honest with you, we can give me a minute. And we'll load something up. We'll create something. Hi, Chris. Can you show how to set up an alert? Say, I want to get alerted when there are 3 consecutive candles approaching VWAP from below. Yeah, we could definitely do that. Yep. We can circle on that in a moment there. And how do I like Sava since the news? You know me, Michael Anthony. I couldn't possibly care less about their news. It would be impossible for me to care less about Sava's news. Impossible. However, I will look at the chart. Okay, why am I not working? These people are bombarding me right now with Slack messages. You got to take that area out big time. Anything under that area is a short. That's, my 2 cents going all the way back to here. Couldn't get through it. Got to get through there. Got to close somewhere up above in this area. Aside from that, I have no interest in it anyways, but I mean, as far as a long-term play, I mean, it's pharmaceutical. This is a lottery ticket as far as I'm concerned on swing trading. You could literally wake up and have it at 50. You could literally wake up and have it at 15. There's no technical analysis involved in any of that. As a day trading vehicle is great, and we can see very clearly defined what's going on right here for a day trading vehicle, and that goes all the way back to here and here. So that would be my 2 cents there. That's all I could say for that. In the words of Forrest Gump, that's all I have to say about that. All right. So let's see here. Let's try. All right, let's load something up here. Let's go new top list. All right, we're gonna mess around with this for Mr. Perfect Circle. Sort. Change. Now this is a tricky one because I can't do the change 1 minute and then share it with you all because it involves a custom, and not really looking to go down the custom route right now. Yeah, because my change 1 minute is a custom. And you got to really understand customs. Not that it's that advanced, but well, let's just sort by this anyways, and let's add the filter. Let's give it a value of, let's say it's changed at least. So you're looking for stuff that knifed down. Let's say minimum of -3%. No, minimum here, -3, like that, right? Yeah. At least, no, not $3. Oh my goodness, Chris, what are you doing? What are you doing? Sort by. There we go. Add filter. There we go. That's better. Right? That's what I want. Yeah. All right. I don't know. Let's go price. Let's put a minimum of $4 on there. Let's say that the stock is traded at least 500K on shares. Oh, that's what I'm going to go with for right now. And let's race it on. Let's erase it on volume. Let's erase it on 5-minute volume. Give it a name. Knife down. All right, here we go. And let's launch that real-time race. Get rid of that. No data. Why is there no data? What did I do wrong here, everybody? I did something wrong. You telling me there's no stocks down 3% in the last 2 minutes? You're really telling me there's no stocks that are down this much right now? I find that very hard to believe. I guess it's true. Ain't that something? All right, this is a little bit of not what I was expecting here. Let's go back to the drawing board here. Put 1 minute RSI. Let's do that. Let's try it like this. Let's see how that fancies us. Let's get rid of that. Not as violent as I'd want. I have to think about this one a little bit. Their perfect circle. I'm sure there's something we can do with this, but It's yeah, I'm not crazy about what I see here, but then again, I don't really look for these moves, so I guess maybe that's a little bit, yeah. So all right, caught that. MJ, all right, that's a little better. And I changed the racing setup. Yeah, not great. All right, that's okay. There's some relative volume in here. See if that makes anything better. Still not crazy about all this. I have to come back to the drawing board a little bit on this here eventually. All right. We're going to move along for a moment here. All right. Does that mean market breadth is good? It could. All right. Sorry, trying to catch up, make sure I've got everything. All right. And then I want to circle. So asking me about alerted when 3 consecutive 5-minute candles and approaching VWAP from below. Yeah, so we can do that. I'm going to go new. Let's do this. Pull the whole thing on screen here. New alert window. And let's go with the 5-minute high for the actual alert. Let's add that alert. Click save, right? And then we want consecutive candles. 5-minute consecutive candles. Let's add that filter, a minimum of 3, you said.
TH.
Okay, what else? We want VWAP, approaching from below. VWAP 1, add that filter. Oops. Okay, we look good there. Let's hide our unused. I'm going to stick a $4 minimum on price target here. I'm going to give it a minimum of, let's say, 275,000 shares traded on the day. Is there anything else that you want in here on this scan? And let me know if that all made sense, what I just did for that scan. Whoever goes boom. I don't see it. Interesting. Why is it not here? But it's there. I have to go back and look. All right, so we look good there. I'm going to leave it kind of bare like this. So 3, oops. 3 consecutive 5-minute candle. Below you all. I'm going to save that. And there you have it. I'll share this out. And then, you can go back in and make any adjustments on that you want. So, once I've got the window here, right? Where's my mouse? There it is. So, you got the window here. When you load this window, if you right click and you go to configure, you want to change the volume metrics or whatever you want to do, go to specific filters and you can change that. You can change the price. If, for example, you wanted to add, I don't know, it's like an RSI to it or something, type RSI, pick the RSI you want. Of course, you can just scroll through the filters and see what you get. What you get here. Or you want to swap alerts. You don't need to use the 5-minute high. That's what I went with. But if you want to add, volume or some kind of range, some kind of options volume, right? Any of this in here. Distance from a pivot or support. So there you go. That looks good. Let's bring that back over. Let's get rid of that. All righty. Very good. Very good. Oh, it did for 2 seconds on Weber. Okay. So it popped up. So it's doing the same thing around that $10 mark. So it's just really having trouble. He's kind of inside and inside here for a little bit there. We'll see what happens. Oh, it's done. Never mind. I just realized the market's closed. I didn't even know the market was closed. Oh, Chris, here's something. Yeah, you're very welcome. Happy to assist with that. And, I know that's like one of the big things too, is sometimes where do I start with the scanner? And that's what I like to help with, boom, we get you started with the scanner and then, you can move from there. But having that template just to get you going is very important, I think, sometimes. So really happy to assist with that. And again, any other questions, please let me know. And of course, I'm happy to answer those, of course. So sorry, just checking out. Michael asked me to look at a race for him. He's trying to set up here. VTG and has a date to fill a down gap vacuum void on the dip. VTGN. Well, that's a real penny player, yeah. But wow, think about it if it got to $1. I mean, my goodness. All right. Bring me some questions, everyone. All right, there we go. Sorry, just messaging Michael. Can we add onto our subscription with a 30% sale? You will have to ask at support at trade-ideas.com. And the ladies of billing you're in the ladies of billing's hands there, Teddy. So you can check there. Chris Smart has 3 nice candles. Let's take a look. SMRT. Yeah. No. And that big downtrend right there. Not a fan of that stuff, you know that. And a gap down. So, I mean, yeah, not my cup of tea. But I guess, you could say this. Below there, you're in really big trouble. And doesn't, there's no resistance. It has its resistance from here. So above here, I mean, you could, $5 potentially. But also, look, declining volume. So to me, no. I'm a no on liking that one. Barry's biggest gainers from OpenScan. Can you switch it to a volume scan for after hours? I guess you could. You would have to. You just go into the configure of it, Jamie. So you could either decide, do you want to race it on volume? If you're looking for a post-market scan, though, or a post-market racer, here, I made one the other day. I think it's pretty good. Let me find that. I wasn't building anything for Michael, actually. He just asked me to look at it because apparently I am the resident expert on races. I don't think I'm really the resident expert on races, but I'm the one that's been using them the longest, I guess. So, so he just wanted me to look at his race setup. That's all, minutes to run and some stuff like that. But I mean, I think he did whatever there. It was fine. I mean, Michael's really the scan expert, not me. I just happen to deal with the race setup more than he has to this point. So that's why he just asked me to look at it. And then let's see. So that's what I would do there, Jamie. The other thing you could do, Jamie, just still circling back there with the Barry's biggest gainers, you could come into the configure. You could either right click and come to this configure advanced and then add a volume metric and swap that around, or sort on volume instead. So like you pick 5-minute volume and sort on the 5-minute volume instead. That would be the other thing that you could do with that, I would say. Yeah, that's what I'd throw at you with that. And then, is Brokerage Plus Simulator a little quirky? I mean, it shouldn't be, Cody. I've had, once in a while, there's like some bad tick that shows up in our data. And if you have a stop loss set or a target set, it'll trigger that, unfortunately, in our simulator. I mean, I'll say they're rare. It probably happens, once every couple of months. It would never happen in live trading because the live trading data comes from your broker. So, we're pulling in data feeds from various sources. And so bad ticks happen. They happen on every single platform. for scanning. But when you have the direct broker data like that, like, so for example, the time and sales coming from IB essentially and watching your positions through Brokerage Plus that way, I've never seen it happen in all the years I've used Brokerage Plus, and I've used Brokerage Plus for many years now. So you should never see that there. But yeah, I mean, once in a while, some stuff can happen with the simulator. One of the things that can trip up the simulator is if you leave trade ideas running all night long, it can trip up the simulator and it can trip up Holly. We do a lot of data processing overnight. And when people don't close trade ideas and restart it fresh each day, some of that data and the plumbing of that data can get hung up on you there. So that's like the big kind of things I would point to. Other than that, you shouldn't see any issues with the simulator. If you are, please email us. Let us know. Get some screenshots if you can, things like that. Trade.com. And let us know if you see something there, and we can take a look into it there. There shouldn't be any other quirks that I'm aware of. Well, I don't have a figure on numbers of people using the simulator at any given time. I mean, I figure there's at least, in the high 800-900, maybe 1,000 people using the simulator at any given time. And so I would think with that many people using the simulator on any given day, we'd be getting more emails about it if something was quirky. But anything can happen. Things happen. And sometimes individual people have quirky things that happen. They're not a system-wide thing either. So I was curious about that sale too, but just renewed. So meh. Perfect Circle, all I could say is send an email, Perfect Circle, about the sale. The worst they could do is say no. Right. The best they can do is apply it to your next renewal. That's what I can say. It's not, it is not in my hands when it comes to the sale. So, and I talked about the Michael scan. Like I said, it's nothing special. He was looking at biggest losers from the open, essentially, biggest losers from the open scan. And you are welcome, Jamie. Stan, what are premium TI features available for patterns? Something Michael Noss did. Can you talk about them and their use? Thank you. No, there's no premium stuff for pattern or anything like that there, Stan. What you get in the premium right now is Holly, right? Where's my mouse? You get Holly in the premium, right? So, wow, I didn't even realize that Holly had a pretty outstanding day. Ain't that something? 2 short trades that she entered. Really did it. Wow. All right. This was trade worked for a minute. Timed exited, but it worked all right. So you get Holly with the standard. You get unlimited with the premium. I'm sorry. You get unlimited back testing with the premium. RBI and GBI windows. They're not quite as popular as they used to be, the RBI and GBI windows, but that's it on that there. Anything pattern recognition is the Market Explorer, and for now that remains in standard. So you see all that stuff here: pattern recognition, bull, bear flag. You've got your candlestick patterns here, 3-line strike, inside days, bars, all that. Your composites, your MACD that he did, moving averages, your crossovers for those. He's got those here. Recent IPOs and what they're doing. Stuff for the strat. More strat. So that's all there. That's all on standard there, Stan. So you're good there for as far as standard goes. So. Thanks. I'm resident expert on the races. I mean, look, I just happen to be the one that tried them before the other guys as much. That's all. So Jamie, I'll play with that. All right. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, Jamie, you go in there and maybe sort on volume instead, I think would be another one. All right. And then Cody, for example, I bought DRUG and then it sold and didn't go away. Cody, can you take some screenshots of what you're talking about, as many as you can, and send them to me? and I'll look at it after hours. Support at trade-ideas.com. You can send that to me there with some screenshots. That would be helpful. Oh, you know what it is? Did you try to sell it after hours, Cody? I bet that's why. If it's after hours, the simulator isn't great in the after hours because we can't simulate liquidity, right? So let me bring this over. But you do have this. So make sure fill pre-post market, right? Well, it'd probably be good if I was connected, right? Hey, Chris, use your brain. Come on. Why is that not going? Market limit. There you go. So you got to put it in as a limit and fill pre-post market. All right there, Cody. I'll bet that's what your issue is right now. And if you're talking positions folder, do you mean in symbols list, my holdings? Because that won't reset till tomorrow for that. But I'll bet whatever you have going on has to do with something with that, is my bet. Yeah, no, none of the strat stuff. That should all be in standard. Anything in the Market Explorer should be in standard unless something changed that I'm unaware of. Not that can't happen. Bed Bath & Beyond is on the go. Peter Gotten DRUG2 set the limit at 508. Hopefully it's in the simulator though there, Peter. Yep. Emmy is not premium, I don't think, right? Did they change something? Hold on. Oh, wow. I guess that did happen. I did not know that. It was like it was set to enter an order automatically every 30 minutes. Very mysterious. Yeah, Cody, if you can send me an email and then also send me your support files too. So if you can go to help, send files to support, and then click yes. And I will take a look on my end of things and see what I can discern from that all. You're welcome, Willow, as always, as always, as always. Large investors going to sell a lot. Shea says no confidence in the management team. Interesting. I wonder if that company will ever go bankrupt. Like, I mean, out of business. I mean, I shop there every now and again. That's a hefty move right there after hours. And that's why I kind of stay away from that stuff. I don't know about all that on the Wall Street cred, but here I am nonetheless. So, all right, everybody, I guess I'm going to start to wrap it up here. I won't say there's any typical for a day trader, Cody. I mean, I think if you can get 2 or 3 solid trades a day, that's really great. You know, some days I don't take any, although recently I've, you know, been pretty active this last week plus. I think one of those things is, especially if you're just starting off, I would say less is more in the sense you want to be able to manage all those positions. And it's one thing managing open positions in a simulator. It's another thing managing when your money's actually put out there. So keep that in mind too, that, you know, it becomes a lot to manage all those positions open at once. But I think the way you seem to be describing doing it there, that's the way to go. You know, throw out a few orders. It's good to practice, especially in the simulator. Don't be afraid maybe to go a little heavy in the simulator just to get those repetitions in. You know, it's the same concept as you know, shooting a bunch of free throws, or, you know, practicing your slap shot, or you know, throwing in the bullpen, all those kinds of things like that. So those are the kind of things I would throw at you there. And yes, the Market Explorer is now premium. So sorry for my misinformation there, that it wasn't. It hadn't been. I guess that was just a recent change on this last month's billing set of billing cycles. You could have 10 active orders going at once, and you can see how many active orders you have. Just go to the orders panel here, or the orders tab, and you'll see everything that's there. And then, you know, you can always highlight and cancel if you need to, or whatever you got to do, right? So pretty, like I said, pretty great interface overall with the Brokerage Plus. But if you saw something strange, if you can get some screenshots, give me some details, and send me your support files, that would be really great. And I'll investigate, see what I can't come up with. Yeah, apparently Perfect Circle. Yeah, I'm just finding out this too. So sorry, don't shoot the messenger. So, all right, everybody, I'm going to wrap up for the day. Yeah, I'm sorry, Perfect Circle. I'm sorry. I'm going to wrap up for the day. Today being Friday Junior, or AKA Thursday. We'll do this all again tomorrow on Friday. Andy's got the noon handle there. Barry obviously all day, and then me coming in at 3:30. So, as always, a thank you, folks. Selfless plug: if you have not liked today's broadcast, please do so. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do so. Please. And that's what I got for today. All right. Thanks, everybody, for hanging, all the questions, the comments, and the community. And we will do this all over again tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.